Good morning. Um, Welcome to ED&A. I'm opening the public hearing in Senate Bill 325, and I will call Senator Kavanaugh, who's the prime sponsor, who will give us a pink card after he's through. The Senate does things differently. We all know that. Senator.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for letting me testify. My name is Kevin Kavanaugh, representing Senate District 16, the towns of Bow, Candia, Dunbarton, Hooksett, and Manchester Wards 1, 2, and 12. I brought this bill forward to declare emergency personnel included in local organizations for emergency management. The Department of Public Works employees worked through so much of the shutdown. They kept our cities and towns running. There's so many groups that were there that originally we had this language to add them to define as first responders to get into New Hampshire law. But originally we had the language that we matched from the Homeland Security Act of 2002. We did work with the state fire marshal and the emergency management director, who is here today to take any questions, to place that in the right spot in statute. And we did work on that, where it's going to, if you see fit, is to keep that where we did place it to put it in an appropriate spot, is what we worked with together to do that. But we had DPW workers running the towns. We had mechanics and waterworks professionals throughout the state that were on the front line managing repairs during our shutdown. Another group that really did an exceptional job was our public health professionals. They were working 7 days a week, and I know in Manchester they started the first drive-through testing in the state, if not the country. And I think it's just an important way to show these employees what they've did for us and what they continue to do. And that's why I put in the bill, and would be glad to take any questions. But I know there's a lot of people behind me, experts in the field, working people and people that are running the Department of Public Works. So thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Senator. I have a question. Other than the honor and glory, what does this do to first responders? Is there any practical impact?
Well, I would like to give that to them. A lot of that is in the emergency management part of it, the coordination of storm damage, a declaration of emergency of a typical one, not that we saw in a pandemic, but more the communication of a storm damage or something where you're getting all the parties together to communicate.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions, Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of the guys that worked that drive-through testing location. Did you, and this may just be because it's already in statute this way, but on line 5, the part that says repealed, was that repealed a long time ago? Is that being repealed as part of this?
Could you repeat where that was?
It was a long time ago. Okay. I think we already have I think I got the answer. Oh. Apparently it was repealed a while ago. We love to, in the past, not adjust numbers and paragraph letters and things for some reason. So my other question is then, on the new section, which would be, I guess, 9, starting on line 26, and specifically on line 30, it starts to mention equipment operators. When you say equipment operators, you're referring to public works, I would presume, since it follows the public works and other skilled support personnel.
Correct. Public Works, Waterworks.
Is it your intention, and I'm concerned about this being like an unintended consequence, is your intention for them at some point to come before this committee and ask to be placed into group 2?
Absolutely not. That's one of the first things that came up, and I have no intention of that. I don't think we should. I think that's they're built into where they are, where their pension funds are, and my intention is not to allow that at all.
Okay. Thank you for making sure that's on the record.
And also, I want to thank you for that drive-through testing too. My wife was there too. At the time, was working for Manchester Manchester Health Department. She's no longer there, but you guys did an incredible job. There were long hours and a lot of people coming through at a time when we didn't have a vaccine and we didn't know how deadly this was. So thank you.
We fought each other over who was going to be testing the alderman, by the way.
You won, I guess.
Okay. Representative O'Brien has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Basically, am I correct in assuming that this already exists in the incident command structure within what is adopted with most fire and police in this particular state? So in the incident command structure, if something was needed from Public Works or something like that, they would come in. So what this clearly is, the intent of this is to give it legitimate authority that they are included as first responders to deal. Let's say in the example of a flood situation where a sluice gate did not operate, the neighborhood's being flooded, the fire department is a lead organization, but would seek to help a Public Works to help alleviate that. So I'd be correct in assuming that.
You would be, and that's what we did work with the state fire marshal and the emergency management director. We do not want to intend this to change the structure. We want to keep the structure the way it is, but add those DPW workers, waterworks, healthcare worker, health department workers on that. But not, it was very, it was good work to work with those two groups to say we in no way want to change the command structure.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, I call Representative Edgar.
Thank you.
The state emergency manager.
For the record, my name is Mike Edgar. I represent Hampton. And I want to thank the Madam Chairman and the committee members for allowing me to speak to you today concerning SB 325. I'm here to speak in favor of it. The bill amends RSA 21-P:35, which addresses local organizations for emergency management. It modifies some definitions and inserts the following definition of first responders into the RSA. First responders means state, county, and local government and non-governmental emergency, public safety, fire, law enforcement, public safety, telecommunications or dispatcher, emergency response, emergency medical service providers, including hospital emergency facilities, emergency management, health, public health, clinical care, public works, and other skilled support personnel such as equipment operators that provide immediate support services necessary to perform emergency management functions. Okay, so that was added in. This helps define public works employees as one of the groups that are authorized to be designated as emergency management personnel and first responders. It is important to recognize and ensure Department of Public Works employees are included when emergency responders are identified in plans, exercises, and implementation to bioterrorism attacks, catastrophic or natural disasters, and emergencies. Many times, public works employees are the very first on the scene. Some may liken it to the World War II U.S. Navy Seabees, which cleared the obstructions for landing crafts so the U.S. Marine Corps could reach the beach. Some people might disagree with that, but I know many would take exception to this, but hope you understand that most times public works employees are the first on the scene. Okay, public works personnel are essential workers critical to the town of Hampton's response to emergencies and natural disasters. Storms, including frequent flooding, handling snow and ice, and keeping the roads clear of obstructions, are a few of the reoccurring events that Public Works deals with. If the roads are not safe, other emergency responders are hampered or prevented from performing their duties. I hope you recognize the important role of Public Works personnel perform during and following emergencies and natural disasters. Thanks for considering the bill, and please vote ought to pass on SB 325. If anybody has any
Thank
questions?
you, Representative. Could you give us a copy of your written remarks?
Yes, I have. I did already. I passed them, I handed them in at the
You're way
beginning.
ahead of me. Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much.
And I also handed in the letter that was written by our Public Works Director, Jennifer Hale, that had provided it previous to the Senate, which I
Thank
think
you
has some
very
good
much.
information in it.
We do appreciate that information. Are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, I don't see any, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ed Edmond?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Again, my name is Ed Emond. I have worked at the DPW here in Manchester, New Hampshire for the past 20 years. I just want to say thank you for all your time and effort and attempting to help us, and we do need your help on this. I do want this bill to pass. We do need this to pass. And I do appreciate all your time and effort and help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or no, I guess not. Thanks for being so efficient. Jen Harper?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jen Harper. I'm the Director for New Hampshire Homeland Security and Emergency Management. And as Senator Kavanaugh said, we work together with him as well as the State Fire Marshal, Sean Toomey, to make these changes. And I am here in support of it. And I can answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you very much. Representative O'Brien and then Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could there be a hidden benefit with this? And let's say Public Works may be able to seek some grant funding from the federal government, let's say to improve their radios for interoperability with incident command and other things in certain type of emergencies. Could that be one of the potential benefits that could come?
So
with
they can
this?
do that now through the many grant opportunities that the state has. But you never know when grant opportunities may present themselves. So this will help them in a disaster to make sure that they are now, but we just want to make sure that Public Works is truly recognized as one of our first responders in the state. And if there is a disaster, that they are afforded the opportunity for reimbursement of expenses. They are now, but it's just in writing, so it further solidifies that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Harper. I'm just thinking, I have a master's degree in emergency management, so I'm thinking back to my time at Oklahoma State in the infancy of this profession, and things have certainly changed and evolved over time. And you touched a little bit in your answer with Chief O'Brien, or sorry, Representative O'Brien, as far as what this, some of the things that this could potentially do. But in reference to what Chairman McGuire said, you know, other than some feel-good stuff, what is the world look like for you once this passes? What is different that this bill does that doesn't happen right now?
Like you said, it's feel good. It clearly recognizes Public Works as one of New Hampshire's first responders. Like I said to Representative O'Brien, Public Works, and as the gentleman just spoke, is very integral to emergency response, as you all know. The Public Works Association that we work with now are really great partners. And we need to get more of the communities into that association. But I think with this, it clearly defines them as part of the incident command structure, part of when there is an emergency, that they're in the emergency operations center, providing data, providing information to make decisions, whether it's in Hampton or Manchester or Concord or wherever, for the incident commanders responding to whatever flood, tornado, whatever. They've been, I'm not going to say left out, but left out of, being identified. So I don't know how else to answer your question.
Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that this is basically this will potentially improve lines of communication in the sense of some of the reimbursements that occur from the federal government.
So if we have let me use an example. So we had the July storms out in Cheshire and Sullivan County flooding, and we got a presidential disaster declaration for them. Yes. And so Public Works, as well as New Hampshire DOT, Public Works, state level, were out there night and day for many days repairing roads. They still are. And the work that they do will be reimbursed by FEMA, 90% reimbursement rate at this point. And those eligible activities get documented, the work gets done, they get reimbursed. So the communications, the collaboration, and the reimbursements for disaster declarations, all this enhances that. It's not it's not required by the federal government that we list every single first responder. It just helps us with our emergency planning process and procedures and the plans that the locals have.
Perfect.
Thank you. Representative Bailey.
Thank you. Thank you. Several witnesses have spoken in terms of a command structure that's in place. And not all of the entities listed here are public entities. And by including them in this list, does that imply that you will henceforth be able to command them? Well, you might cooperate with them, but can you command?
No, we already do that.
Yeah.
That's already private and public partnerships are very integral to the incident command structure, and that has existed for a long time.
Partners don't command.
Yes, they do. In this case, they do.
Then they're not
We'll-
partners, are they?
We'll take this up in private, I think, gentlemen. I do have one question. I'm from a small town. We don't have a public works department. Would that be essentially our road agent and his crew?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep. And hopefully you belong to the Public Works Mutual Aid Assistance Group.
Beyond my scope, thank you. All right. Representative Judy.
Yes, good morning, Director. I see and I understand the Homeland Security, but I would like to know if why we don't put National Guards in that emergency.
The National Guard?
Yes.
The National Guard is a state partner with us in the Emergency Operations Center.
Oh,
Yep. So they are, when we activate the State Emergency Operations Center for disaster, they are a partner with us. They do a lot of logistics for us.
uh-huh.
Yep. They were integral in the COVID response. You probably saw them staffing the tents and the vaccine clinics, and yeah, so they are a support partner with us.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? All right, thank you. Yes, Representative O'Brien, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your comment kind of got me, so my question to you. In Nashua, we're pretty prepared. We're very fortunate to have our own emergency preparedness director. But the chairwoman brought up a very good point. Some communities cannot or do not, have an emergency preparedness. So this makes it an enlightenment in a way that they can now think of this to extend within the incident command system. So this will definitely help where no thought was previously thought to a road agent or something like that he is part of this
Right.
emergency preparedness
Right.
structure.
So I know we use the word public works, but that also equates back to what Representative McGuire said to your road agent. Same, synonymous.
Well, not exactly, but very close.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Tim Clardy?
Good morning, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee members. My name is Tim Clardy. I'm Deputy Public Works Director for the City of Manchester, and I also serve as the President of the New Hampshire Public Works Association. I'm here representing all of its membership, as well as the 61 cities and towns that are members of the New Hampshire Public Works Association. I'm here today to encourage your support of SB 325. The term first responder refers to those individuals who, in the early stages of an incident, are responsible for the protection and preservation of life, property, and the environment. These emergency response providers include emergency management, public health, clinical care, public works, and other skilled support personnel such as equipment operators that provide immediate support services during prevention, response, and recovery operations. It's our hope that this legislation, which defines a span of local control during emergency, can be established at the state level, recognizing the important role of emergency management personnel, including public works, during times of major and minor disasters, and by formally recognizing their role as first responders within the state of New Hampshire, as has already been done by the federal government. Just a couple other comments. You know, I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate the support of Senator Kavanaugh for bringing this legislation forward, Representative Edgar, and the comments from Director Harper and Ed Emond, as well as the questions from the committee. I can tell you that as a president of New Hampshire Public Works Association, there is no hidden agenda with any of the legislation that you see before you. This is simply formally codifying the role that public works plays during disasters and emergencies, as you've heard all the people before me testifying to, and this formally recognizes that. I thank you for your service to the state and allow me the time to address the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, seeing none, very well.
Thank you.
Megan Terrio.
Good morning. My name is Megan Terrio, and I am the Guilford Public Works Director, and I have proudly served the public works community for 18 years. I'm here today to express my full support for SB 325, which will recognize public works employees as emergency management personnel and first responders. DPW employees perform numerous critical services during extreme weather events, the pandemic, and other emergencies that impact communities all over New Hampshire. Many of the emergency services we offer are often taken for granted because they occur on such a regular basis that people don't think of what daily life would be like without them. One of the most well-known emergency services that we provide are winter operations, which include snow plowing and treatment on roads. DPWs are on call 24/7 to provide those emergency services during snowstorms. And without DPW first responders, travel on roads could quickly become impassable for the public, including police and fire departments, trying to respond to their own emergency calls. Accidents would increase exponentially, and so would the burden on police and fire departments to those accident scenes without the emergency services provided by DPW. Other weather-related emergencies that DPW first responders respond to, which are less common but can significantly impact travel on roads, are flooding events, windstorms, and ice storms. During these events, many roads need to be temporarily shut down due to varying hazards, and DPW is on call 24/7 to provide emergency services, such as unclogging drainage pipes and structures, removing trees and limbs from the travelways, placement of barricades and signage, and traffic control as needed. Even after intense rain and flooding events are over, there are often weeks that DPW is involved in the cleanup and repair of the washouts and opening up pipes and structures, replacing failed pipes before all the roads can be reopened in a community. Without these emergency services by DPW, the public would be at a high risk for traveling on countless unsafe roads, and police and fire response could be negatively impacted. Another very important but often overlooked critical service provided by DPW personnel is solid waste management and the operation of water and sewer systems. During the pandemic, collecting municipal solid waste and maintaining a functional water and sewer system became an immediate essential service that could not shut down. DPWs who were short-staffed due to the pandemic had to shift employees around to provide critical coverage at each of these divisions to ensure service without a break. In addition to their essential daily services, the water and sewer staff of DPW are on call 24/7 to provide emergency services to respond to system and pump alarms, water main breaks, sewer main backups, and without immediate response by DPW first responders, a community could be impacted by a major health or safety issue, unsafe drinking water, environmental violations to lakes or streams, and major roadway damage or failure from a water main break. These are just some of the most common instances where DPW is a key member of a town or city's emergency management personnel. DPWs work hand in hand with police and fire whenever called upon for emergency services needed in a community. I encourage all of you to support SB 325 and recognize Public Works employees as the first responders they already are and will continue to be, with or without the recognition that they deserve in this legislation. Thank you to the supporters of this bill and for everyone's time today and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Terrio. We'll ask you for a copy of your testimony if you can share it. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 325? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing. And we have 2 minutes. So,
If anyone who spoke from a written testimony would like to present that to me, that will be, I could put it in the file.
2 minutes.
Every time I had the one lady, the entire property, the water was above her head. I got her pictures above her head.
Yep.
It was so simple.
Yes.
I sent that over.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes,
And
very
I
good.
included you.
Thank you for coming today.
What's that?
I sent over the question.
Okay, good,
and I
good, yeah,
included you
yeah.
on the response. And then as soon as it comes,
Okay.
I think I.
Well, this one
covered
looks, this one sounds like a relatively harmless way to be nice to people. It's not a big deal.
it. I agree. I am nervous about what happens in things. The big package though. That's always.
Good, how are you?
That's always next, right?
Yeah, that's why we specifically mentioned it. I mean, I know we had a tornado about, lucky 15 years ago now. And, I know our fire chief was ahead of the incident command, but the road agent did an awful lot of work.
Yes.
Route 4 was closed
Yes,
for a
that's a
while.
good point. Kate. That's a very good point. So did ours with that big flood. We had.
Yeah, you know, they're,
And he had to do one bridge. They had to be out all night because it was unpassable. Like the people could not get back to their homes. And there was a farm. That happened in Sullivan where Judy Aaron was. They could shut down commerce because they
can't get around.
Nobody could get in or out.
yeah,
He couldn't get his milk delivered. It was so sad.
no, so it was worth it. All right.
How are you? Yeah.
Glad you could make it.
You're busy though. Yeah. Will you have a seat? What are you doing?
He's the mail. He's delivering the mail. Thank you. We've got these already. Thanks. Extra.
You don't want it.
Give it to
Give it
the
to
clerk.
Give it to the clerk.
Give it, no, give it to the, leave them up there, where the other bills are. Okay.
I've got a 28A issue with this. All right. All right, it being 10:30, I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 357, and I call Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing Senate Bill 357, of which I am the prime sponsor. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell. I'm the state senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And Senate Bill 357, I also sit as chair of the Commission on PTSD. So what this bill does, we decided to do a little bit of, start a little early and reconstitute the Commission on PTSD for first responders. So this allows us to continue our work come November when the commission ends. It also requires, and this was a bill that was put in last year and got taken out during the omnibus debacles, I'll say. So it requires first responders to be trained in PTSD, and right now firefighters and police officers are required to have, when they're going through their training before they take on a job, when they're going through the police academy or the fire academy, it requires them to be trained in PTSD as well as an annual online training. One of the things that we found in the commission was there, and this is all levels of fire and police, what we found in the commission is it really needs a culture change. And the culture is actually changing to address PTSD, but I think this will help allow the leadership in the fire and the police to understand PTSD, and it also allows the young police officers and firefighters coming up through to understand that there is PTSD attached to some of these jobs that they do. So with that, I'll try and answer any questions.
Good morning, Senator. I have one question. I noticed the fiscal note mentions an impact on local communities.
It should not impact local communities because as firefighters go through the fire academy, this is going to be a training.
Yes, but we currently have firefighters and police officers who have not yet gone through that training. And I'm sure other towns and cities are in the same situation. Are you only making it available and requiring new officers to be trained, or are you expecting to go back and train every existing firefighter or police officer?
No, the intent is just new ones coming up, but everyone will be required to do an online training, which is actually no cost, from what I've heard.
Is a cost?
Online training is actually no cost. NAMI is also going to help provide with that.
Okay. So I will, so I think we will need to make very clear that it is, no effort is required on the part of current officers and first responders other than taking the online training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Senator. So this is quite a large commission. Have you already been in contact with all the constituent organizations with regard to their abilities and or willingness to participate?
Yes, we have the chief. As you can see, the membership on the commission is quite broad. We actually opened it up to the Commissioner of Corrections as well. So the chief of Police Association is a member. The members of Nashua, Manchester Police, the firefighters, professional firefighters of New Hampshire are members, and they all agree that this is really needed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions? All right. Thank you, Senator.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
David Goldstein.
Now I am. Thank you. I still have a flip phone, so. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Goldstein, for the record. I'm presently the Chief of Police in the City of Franklin. I've been there for over 13 years as chief. I've been a police officer for over 42 years. I didn't prepare any specific remarks for this morning. I know that this has been floating around the legislature for a while, and I wanted to this morning to speak a little bit both from the head and the heart about this matter. You, as members of the greatest country in the world, have certain expectations of the people that are going to care for you in a very realistic sense. Fire, police, EMS, corrections. You have every right in the world to leave your house any time of the day or night and feel safe. And our job is to make sure that that is guaranteed. What people don't know is how the sausage is made. And quite frankly, it's a very difficult process for those who are involved in it. And I'm certainly happy to answer questions about that. I live in what's called a contingency, what I call a contingency world. That's a what if world. What if this, what if that? And I spend my day making decisions relative to that, as do my officers and as do the rest of the first responders in the state of New Hampshire. Why? We have a front row seat to despair on a daily basis. We prepare for battle every single day. People don't dress like this normally, and I don't even have my body armor on because I don't need it, hopefully, for today. We ride an emotional roller coaster. Some days are good, some days are bad. I save a life today, I take one tomorrow. And then there's often negative public perception for virtually everything that a first responder does at any time, because people know better than we do, because they watch television and movies. The problem with that is that's two-dimensional. My world is three-dimensional. Madam Chair, you made a comment I just want to address and perhaps correct just a little bit. I've been teaching at the New Hampshire Police Academy since 1981. And the topic that I teach for the recruits is mitigating and dealing with stress, crisis, and trauma in that particular area. I've taught about PTSD since the DSM-2 was in vogue. It's now the DSM-5. So yes, we do have a basic knowledge of what that entails, and we've talked about it a lot. I think that the most important thing today, quite frankly, I'm very Socratic in nature, especially when I teach at the college level, and that is questions and answers. So with that, I'm going to end my testimony and ask if there are any questions from the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chief. Thank you for taking my question.
My pleasure.
So, I just have a question about the annual. So that you go to the training, and the annual training. And one of the, I don't have a concern with having the training. I'm just curious if maybe a biannual wouldn't be. My concern is with the lack of officers that we're hearing, there's a lack of first responders all the way around. And, obviously I'm assuming that you'd probably stagger this, but what would happen if a person's, their year is up and they haven't gone to the training yet? What exactly would be the role there? Would it be where you just can't go until you've had this training, or is there going to be like a little bit of a lapse time in there? Should it be maybe biannually, just to kind of, I can't really imagine that it's going to change that much in a year as far as the updates. Representative Pearson's giving me dirty looks from behind you.
Not me, though. Not me. No, are you talking about people that are already on duty and in the system themselves?
Yes, I'm looking at the page 3. It's actually on line 10 where it says the subsequent initial training, and then that you have to complete. My understanding from this would be annually after that, like continuing ed, I would think. Is that the understanding?
Yes. If we're going to be professional, like any other profession, law, medicine, et cetera, we have to have ongoing education. And we do that. And being familiar with how the academy works and how they develop classes and try to stay up to date with things like this. Absolutely, this is done. We also have on-ground training that's often what we call in-service. And we do that advanced classes on stress management, crisis trauma for both line officers, supervisors, and for chiefs of police or command personnel. So yeah, there's nothing that would preclude us from being able to do this. I do this all the time in my department. If something new comes down that's necessary and it's online, what my full expectation is the officer is going to sit down at his or her computer and take the class and go from there. Hopefully that helps address your question. So to do it annually would not be a large problem.
So it's your understanding that once the course is developed, it would be available for all the officers in the state to take at their convenience,
Sure, yes.
which makes sense. I have a question. I would like to add, after this is, like at the bottom of page 1, to say that current law enforcement officers are encouraged to attend such training programs, but are only required to successfully complete the annual online training. To make it clear that we are not imposing a mandate on the towns that are perhaps not as well organized as yours. Would
Understood.
would that clarify your intention on this, that they are encouraged to attend, but it's not a mandate that they sign up for a major course?
I would prefer a mandate personally, and it doesn't cost me any extra money to do that. If I've got an officer who's on duty and he or she needs to take an hour off to do a course, we do that now with a variety of things.
Right.
So I don't see that as interfering or becoming a financial
Well, I meant
issue.
that you said you have on-ground training and things
Yes,
like
oh,
that.
that, yes.
So I would say that someone who's been a police officer, you started in 81, so that's a long time ago.
Actually, I started in 79, but that's a whole nother story.
Rounding. Right. Okay, so we'll talk about that because
Certainly.
I'm concerned about people who have had some formal training in the past, and now that they don't want to think that they're now required to take a week's course at the police standards and training or whatever.
It wouldn't be a week's course anyway, and I'd certainly be happy to discuss it further.
Okay, thank you. That's just my concern. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you. Along that vein, though, from people I know that have suffered with this, and, you know, I come from the firefighting ranks, PTSD is an insidious disease or affliction. A lot of people have it that realize that they don't have it.
Correct.
Because of the counterculture of the police or fire. I mean, you know, scraping a body off the floor, that's part of what we do.
Yes.
And it may affect you and may it not affect you. You never know when it's going to hit. So mandatory is the key here to really get the people in, because they're not going to show you any outside signs until they're drunk or maybe committing suicide.
I can't disagree with that. I'm a member of 2 critical incident stress management teams, so certainly I see this, and my own career, the things I've had to do and be involved in, certainly I agree with you. The statistics are staggering for all first responders as to how many of us are actually walking around with PTSD, clinically speaking. However, behind that is the fact that the American Psychiatric Association updates their diagnostic and statistical manual every 5 to 7 years, and the criteria may change. So we have to be aware of that as well. If that.
No. Other questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Good to see you again.
Always.
We had another bill a couple of days ago where we had a number of police officers and corrections officers before us, and the testimony in general quite shattering is probably too strong a word, but really quite emotionally devastating for me, hearing the kinds of things that these police officers have experienced on a virtually daily basis. Dead children, for example. One can imagine all kinds of circumstances in which death suddenly is thrust upon an unsuspecting person of any age. But a dead child is always a special tragedy. But I don't think even though I could theorize about it, I don't think I'd ever really heard that kind of testimony before. We know that combat veterans, for example, very often don't talk about their experiences in combat at all. I served in
And
the
your
military but
question,
never saw
Representative
combat.
Schmidt,
Uh,
your question?
Madam Chair, there's always a question. Sometimes it
I-
has to be framed a little bit. The chief was not here for that particular hearing.
That's
so
why I let
wanna-
you introduce it.
Yeah, I'm sure he can easily imagine the kinds of things I'm talking about. But the mental strain that police officers and firefighters, emergency responders of all kinds, can be subjected to suddenly or routinely has got to be a matter of tremendous concern to their families as well. So this mental health training for first responders, what are we doing for the family members, especially spouses, who see their loved one, coming back after a difficult experience, but they're impacted as well. What are we doing for them?
Nothing in this bill.
I'm sorry?
Nothing in this bill addresses that.
Correct.
That's correct.
Correct.
But,
Yes.
but we're developing expertise. You've been doing this for over 40 years. Quickly doing the math, it was an easy one with the years you gave. So you're developing expertise. How can we make that available to family members?
That's a very good question, Representative, and it's a little bit of a complex answer, so I'm going to just take a couple moments to address that. Similar to what Representative O'Brien was saying, the attitude used to be suck it up, buttercup. And if you can't take it, find another job. It was that simple in the old days. I actually began this work in the mid-1970s before I ever became a police officer, when I was in graduate school doing some clinical work. And then I became a police officer and carried that over. So what we try to do is early on in the academy, when I get these individuals for a grand total of 4 hours, I try to include the issues dealing with family as best that I can. In the in-service training, the on-ground in-service training, we try to do that as well. What I have found over the years is, as this has become more of a cause célèbre and we understand more about this, and we conduct what are known as critical incident stress debriefings after an issue like that. For example, which is a relatively new, it's been around for a while, but the enactment of that is relatively new. We spend a lot of time in those debriefings talking to the individuals involved about how their families are going to be affected. The reality is we hope that the message gets home one way or another. There is no bill, there is no statute, there's no rule that requires families be involved. And quite frankly, some of my colleagues, and I'm sure some of fire and EMS are the same way. They go home, how was your day, dear? No big deal. Until the plastic trash barrel in the kitchen goes flying by your significant other's right ear. And then you say, bad day, type of thing. So this is something that we still need to work on. We have been doing that, I will say that. And I can certainly identify with some of what you said. My youngest, I was a homicide detective. I was major crime with state police. My 23-year career with state police for about a dozen years. My youngest victim was 10 weeks old here in Concord, so who was murdered, so along with her sisters and her mother. So I understand exactly what you're saying, and this is the stuff that we have to work on. I wish I had a very definitive answer for you, and I appreciate the preamble that you gave, but it's the best I got for the moment.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much. Are there any other questions? Representative Judy.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Always.
Did police officers in the past, the academic, did they have that training, mental health training?
Yes. On a variety of levels. NAMI, for example, has a course of study as well within the class. So it's not just mine. There are other classes within the academy regimen itself that cover mental health issues too. So I just don't want you to think it's just mine. There are others, but I do have them. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions? Well, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. For the record, Representative Pearson, Rockingham District 6 Dairy. I sit on the PTSD Commission right now, and I just wanted to address a couple of things that I've heard. Representative Schmidt, you talked about the size and scope of the commission. The commission already exists. These positions are already filled, and there was already people doing them. The commission is extraordinarily active and meets monthly, and it's working, and the agency seem to be fine with their role in the commission. As far as family members go, there's nothing in state statute that dictates family members, but one of the things that some of the communities have done upon themselves, especially the city of Manchester, is to provide some of that awareness training to family members. And we've done that 3 times in the city of Manchester in the last 2 years. So that's not really a state requirement, but some communities are bringing that upon themselves to do that, and that's certainly their choice. If you're looking to expand that, I would say that, you know, we got to walk before we run, and this is the walk. So, but I do appreciate your recognition of that, because it is not just a single person event. This definitely affects folks in your family. So, you know, part of the reason why that I'm on the commission, it's near and dear to me, is I've had 2 working partners that have committed suicide, which is unheard of. And that is something that I don't want to see. I certainly don't want a third, but I certainly don't want to see this situation and these problems exacerbate themselves and keep going when we have the ability to do some intervention here. As far as annual training, I'd like to bring up that we have annual sexual harassment training for employees. I mean, there are certain things that are worthy of touching upon on an annual basis. And I'll tell you, pushing something like this out to a 2-year venue, there's a lot of bad things that happen in a course of a year for someone. And, you know, the type of training that's being looked at right now, I can tell you from the fire standpoint, the New Hampshire Fire Academy is focused on developing and expanding upon the online training they have now. And once the Fire Academy creates this training, it's going to be available for fire departments throughout the state, regardless of status, whether they're paid or career volunteer or whatever. And that's just a matter of sitting down at a computer and watching a program. So, you know, as far as this becoming some sort of a mandate that comes down upon communities to have to fork over all kinds of money, that just isn't there. The state's handling this is part of their function and making this available. So this isn't going to be a 28A issue or anything like that. We're not going to be dumping all sorts of things that are going to require. And frankly, if we'd been going down that road, I would have intervened in that long before this, because that's obviously not going to work. So the way 357 is written right now, you know, the beginning of this obviously is just the reconstitution of the commission, but the bottom part here, I think that, you know, as Senator Birdsell said, you know, we are in desperate need of a cultural shift, and it has begun. But without continuing to reinforce that cultural shift, it's going to take a generation or 2 for that to really set in. So other than that, I'm happy to take questions, at least from the fire standpoint or my own personal experience, if you want.
Thank you, Representative. I have 2 questions. One is that I'm fully supportive of adding this to the continuing education requirement. And if it's online, yes, that's free. I'm concerned that I want to make it clear that we're not asking current firefighters or police officers to go back to the academy for the mental health training, etc. That doesn't. Yes, new people ought to
Sure.
take it, no question, but we shouldn't, it should be available to other people, but I don't think we should mandate that every experienced police or firefighter in the state go through that. So
Sure.
that's my concern. The other is, why are you reconstituting the committee instead of just repealing its end date? I mean, it seems to me that would be a much simpler way to do it if you're happy, if the commission exists.
Substantively, that would have the same effect, I suppose.
Okay.
So I as far as I can tell from reading this, there's no change in the makeup of the commission, right? I mean, it's the same.
So there is an update to the topics? Okay. Fine.
So,
Well, thank you.
sure.
Are there any other questions? Representative O'Brien?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I look forward, hopefully we could talk about this, but again, Representative Pearson, thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
But through your experience on this particular board and everything, PTSD, it could be as acute as one particular incident, but it also has a cumulative effect equally as well. It could be things going on at home, the wife leaving, the job stinks, other different things. I get skipped over a promotion. There was a bad car accident, one involved a kid, other different things. Let's go out and have a little drink. I'll feel a little bit better. Other things can lead, and you're on the slippery slope until. And usually these aren't people who are just coming out of the academy. They're equally to be people that may have 15 years of service that we may need to reach out to. So we just can't say that it's what is the trigger point. We don't know what that trigger point is. It can affect anybody at any particular point within their career. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Well, absolutely. The other thing too that we're touching on, along with your own internal diagnosis of your particular situation, is the recognition amongst your peers of things that are warning signs. And that, as they say, you can lead a horse to water. But in this particular case, one of the things that has in the past has been difficult is no one knew where to lead the horse.
Right.
Okay. So part of what this commission has done is making that avenue a lot more clear and available for those that once they do recognize they have a situation, we can get them to the appropriate intervention, if you will, the appropriate remedy, the appropriate counseling, whatever it takes. Because frankly, in the past, that was, we had some teams in the state, but it wasn't really broad. It was too broad in the sense of, if you asked a volunteer fire chief, you got a guy in trouble, where do you send him? A lot of them, you got the firefighter salute from a lot of them. They just didn't know. So that's something that the commission has also worked on and is ongoing. As we're having a certain shortage of mental health practitioners in this state, as we heard in reference to that, an interstate compact in another bill. But, this is an all encompassing commission. It's looking at it from cradle to grave. And I think, your analysis of that is correct, but I want to assure you that part of it is absolutely addressed in this.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Follow.
Representative Schmidt did mention families and everything. And has it been your experience, firefighting, police officers, it is family orientated. We all know everybody's kids, things that are going on. Sometimes we know things before even the spouses do, But sometimes chiefs do get the call, or the union may get the call, or, reach out to friends within the department that Murphy's having a particular problem or something like that. So families are an integral part, but they are included and they are listened to.
So, yep. One of the things that occurred within the training that the city of Manchester did was in reference with the family members and their avenues of intervention, because of course we all sit down and take these trainings and we're given the, who do you call and what do you do and who do you talk to, and this is the resources available. But that's been very absent in the family member world. So the training that the city of Manchester put on did just that for folks that had taken it. It gave them, hey, this is the resources, here's who you can call. This is what you can do. And again, this is not touched in this bill, and I think, like I said, we need to walk before we run, but in the future, that is something that could be looked at carefully.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Thank
much
you,
for your
Madam Chair.
testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 357? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. All right, welcome back. I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 387. Senator Ricciardi is not here. Representative O'Brien, could you introduce it? Wasn't that what I said?
That's okay, as long as we're on the same page.
It is 383 relative to land surveying.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to my fellow committee members. It is my pleasure to introduce you this morning is Senate Bill 383 relative to land surveying services. This bill provides a land surveying non-resident licensure and civil penalties for unlicensed land surveyor practices, and I'm sure there's other good qualified people behind me that can explain this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Mark Condotramatraki.
Please turn your microphone on.
There you go.
Thank you very much. I just have a brief statement, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has regarding this, this legislation and information. So my name is Mark Condotramatraki, and I am the Government Affairs Director for the New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association. I'm here to testify in favor of and offer my support. I can.
If you don't mind,
I
sir,
don't
that
at
would
all.
be polite.
Absolutely.
Senator, we had the bill introduced on your behalf, but we'd love to hear from you.
I think we're still morning, aren't we?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Give me just a moment. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the House ED&A Committee. I'm Senator Denise Ricciardi, representing District 9. Today, I am introducing Senate Bill 383 relative to land surveying services. The bill before you was amended by the Senate, and it aims to accomplish two things. To begin with, my legislation deals with a private cause of action. As we know, the Attorney General is responsible for enforcing the laws of the state. Unfortunately, we also know that at times they are overwhelmed with cases. Our bill provides for a civil money penalty or monetary enforcement that can be levied onto unlicensed practitioners that hold themselves out as licensed or adverse services they may be licensed for. This would allow for significant consumer protection and allow for the enforcement of current statutes. This protects New Hampshire property owners and consumers from unlicensed individuals that are currently offering low-cost services that ultimately are not what the client believes them to be. Secondly, my bill looks at the issue of non-resident licensure. The New England region is very small in area, and there are several instances where a person may live in Vermont, Massachusetts, or Maine. This could be a significant hindrance to the individual, the company they work for, and the profession as a whole due to limiting of an already small pool of potential land surveyors. If we want this profession to grow and thrive, we must look to the next generation of surveyors that may be willing to commute across state lines in order to obtain opportunities. This change will make it easier for land surveyors in neighboring states to more easily attain a New Hampshire license as long as the applicant meets the requirements for licensure as set forth in our statutes. After consulting with the New Hampshire Land Surveyor Association, we discovered the need for some cleanup language that was not addressed in the original or amended bill. So an amendment will be provided to the committee for your consideration dealing with those changes. I am happy to try to answer any questions on the underlying bill, but in the essence of saving time and going back to committee, I have experts behind me that could probably be more helpful, and I really thank you for your time and consideration on this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any specific questions to the senator? Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, thank you for taking my question, Senator. So I'm just curious, in the event that a person has a fine put onto them and they do not pay this fine, what exactly would be the consequence of that? Would it be like a lien, or like what exactly would happen?
I'm going to defer to the experts for this. I presented this bill on behalf of the land surveyors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think that exhausts our questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to run.
It's a busy morning. You'll probably be getting all the questions. So.
The first question is going to be, can you go over your last name again and spell it?
If you if you have some written testimony, we would appreciate it. I'm sure that will have your name in all its glory.
So I did email a written testimony this morning to the committee, so you have a copy, and I'm happy to provide a written copy to the committee as soon as I'm done reading it as well. So the correct pronunciation is it's correct, just as it sounds as phonetic. It's Condo Dematraki. So so my name is Mark Condo Dematraki, and I am the Government Affairs Director of the New Hampshire Land Surveyors Association. I'm here to testify in favor of and offer my support for the legislation that's in front of this committee today, specifically Senate Bill 383. Real estate is one of the main drivers of the New Hampshire economy, and surveying is an extremely important aspect and really the backbone of the real estate transaction. Whether it's determining property boundaries and verifying title for the real estate transfer and transaction, to determining areas of parcels for the levying of taxes, and everything in between, surveying is a major aspect of the New Hampshire real estate economy. This bill is incredibly important to many stakeholders in the real estate industry, from realtors, lenders, property owners, and especially the courts. Unlicensed practice occurs often, and in many cases with disastrous results that can create significant financial hardships for property owners. This is why the violations and penalties aspect of this bill is needed. As stated previously, surveying plays a significant part in the real estate economy. Due to technology and overburdening of the enforcing party, there are currently many instances where companies and individuals hold themselves out as professionals and perform or advertise work illegally. The loser in this scenario is not only the consumer and other stakeholders I mentioned, but the New Hampshire court system and the budget as a whole, as it's judges that are tasked with making property and boundary decisions. As our society is becoming more confrontational, we will see our court system overburdened with the errors of unprofessional and unlicensed work. This legislation will allow the board to hold a fair hearing and levy a monetary fine to deter this kind of work from being performed. Several recent examples of unlicensed work include a contractor who was setting property corners in Guilford, New Hampshire. The property owner that engaged the contractor was very happy to pay a reduced fee for this service. However, there are always two parties involved in one property line, and when the neighbor thought that there was an issue, they hired a surveyor. The property corners that did have surveying caps on them were found to be set in the wrong location. This issue was resolved between the two neighbors. There was cost that occurred between the two. However, this could have created significant damages between both parties. Another example is a homeowner who hired a contractor to set an elevation benchmark in order to build a new home in compliance with the town floodplain management ordinance. The contractor held themselves out and communicated to the client that they could perform survey quality work. Unfortunately, the elevation benchmark that was set was 13 inches lower than what was reported due to an error. The homeowner, their house is now out of compliance with the floodplain management ordinance for this town, and they're looking at tens of thousands of dollars in flood insurance requirements that they weren't expecting to pay. There are multiple companies advertising in New Hampshire on the internet, stating on their website that they are professional land surveyors by state agency, when in fact they hold no license or credentials. There are also multiple examples where contractors have altered existing plans that are on file in town offices that have the potential to create major hardships for all the parties involved. I cannot stress how important this legislation is to the consumers and the property owners of New Hampshire. The second aspect of this legislation is the elimination of the residency requirement for initial licensure as a survey in New Hampshire. As the world and our region is growing smaller, so too is the pool of candidates that are looking to enter the surveying field. There are many instances where a potential candidate for licensure may live in Massachusetts, Maine, or Vermont, but practices for a firm exclusively in New Hampshire. Residency should not be a roadblock to licensure. And in fact, land surveying is the only profession that requires residency for initial licensure. Physicians, engineers, attorneys, landscape architects, and so on do not have a residency requirement for initial licensure. By striking this aspect of the law, we are bringing our profession in line with the other state licensing requirements and allowing the board to determine the eligibility of licensure based on experience and not residency. And I would like to just reiterate what Senator Ricciardi had mentioned about some of the technical corrections on the amendment that she brought forward for the bill, and it just clarifies certain languages and corrects some of the technical language. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you. I can see a few. But first, I don't believe we actually got Senator Ricciardi's amendment. Do you have a copy?
I do have a copy.
Thank you. That will make things simpler.
Madam Chair, is this an amendment that was processed by the Senate? Because this comes over to us as amended by the Senate.
Yes.
Is that irrelevant?
I believe
now?
this, Senator Ricciardi said that this came out after they made their amendment. So this would be something we would want to do in addition to. Oh, there we go. I think we may need some help. Okay.
So it adds something, you have up to here.
So this adds, yes, this adds a great deal of additional language that's not in the bill before us. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I have a general question about land surveying. I believe I was told at one time that the tracing of deeds in New Hampshire is extremely difficult because of the pre-colonial era way it was set up. Is that, you're grinning, so you've heard that too? Is that still the case? That
It can be, yeah. Tracing title and doing deed research in New Hampshire and a lot of the colonial states can be very challenging. It's a very interesting and rewarding experience as well.
Okay. Is there a specific New Hampshire legal knowledge test that you have to take before being licensed as a land surveyor?
Yes, absolutely. So
Okay, and that I think we would want to make sure is included in the requirements for out-of-state licensure.
yes, and it is referenced in that amendment that I just
Okay,
provided.
thank you. We'll check for it. And Representative Rhodes had a question, and I believe Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if the answer to the question that I had asked the senators in that amendment, but what exactly is what would happen when a person says, well, I don't have the money? In reference to the fine, thank you.
Yeah. So
They don't.
that's a very good question, and something that would be referred to the Attorney General's office, and we would then obviously look for guidance from the Attorney General.
So I just want to make sure my understanding is of right now, if say I went out and I did this and the board says you're going to pay us $5,000 and I say I don't have $5,000, that's just kind of the end of it as of now?
No, so as of right now, let's say you went out and did this. Let's say you decided you were unlicensed and wanted to go out and practice surveying or do surveying work or whatever, and you did the work. Currently, the board has no authority over anything that you're doing. All authority falls on the shoulders of the Attorney General. And, you know, the Attorney General, their office is very overburdened with a lot of, you know, civil and criminal matters. Whether they would choose to enforce the law in this situation or not would be up to their office. When in the one case that I mentioned, in the Guilford case, the Attorney General's office chose not to enforce the law in that case.
Thank you, Representative O'Brien. And then
Thank
Goldstein.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. I'm looking at the new section 14 and line 15, if you have the bill. But basically, you're asking for an offense of $10,000 for each offense. And that seems pretty hefty, you know.
Up to, yep.
And I'm not against that. But on line 14, it does say, in addition to any other penalty provided by law. So my question is, if somebody's doing this and under false pretenses, they could get a $10,000 fine. But could they not in the future void their ability to get a New Hampshire license because they attempted to deceive?
Sure. So the current enforcement and disciplinary action that could result in unlicensed practice is criminal. You would be subject to either it would be a misdemeanor or a felony offense. And again, that would be levied by, you know, the Attorney General's office. The State Board of Licensure does not have any authority to enforce, you know, unlicensed practice against an unlicensed individual. They're solely tasked with, you know, disciplining and overseeing the licensed community and the people that fall under the purview of the license statute. So currently, you know, the only enforcement available in that scenario would be criminal.
And I would presume that if someone is applying for a license, having been convicted of unlicensed practice would be considered poor character or whatever the disqualifying event is.
They would be considered not in good standing, and then they would have to, you know, certify on the application as to whether or not, you know, they have been, you know, arrested or, you know, have a criminal record.
Madam Chair, if I may, I totally concur with what you said, because there's a lot of faith in this, you know, particularly for the homeowner to have it done accurately. So, you know, they voided that. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to follow up with a comment you made about the Attorney General's office not following up on some of these things because they may be too busy or not. But as I look at current statute on line 9, that any person who shall violate any of the provisions in this subdivision shall be guilty. It doesn't say they may be. So if the Attorney General's office isn't taking these to court and going after these folks where it's pretty specific in statute that they shall be guilty, there's a problem going on, not with your board, but over in the Attorney General's office, because this is the first I hear of something like this. And I just wonder why you would think that if there's a reason why the Attorney General wouldn't find it appropriate to take on a case, why the board would find it appropriate if you would have the same evidence going forward. And a follow-up question to that would be, what's going to be done with the money that is collected? Because this is money that is going to the board. And what does the board do with that money when they take in the fines?
Sure. So that's a really good question. And just to be clear, I am not in any way trying to impugn the Attorney General's office. They are a fantastic, you know, office, and there are a lot of diligent people that work very, very hard, and they deal with thousands and thousands and thousands of complaints. I think it would be physically impossible for them, you know, based on their budget structure, to handle every single complaint. You know, that being said, just these two examples I provided, you know, there's a lot of emotional aspects involved in pursuing a lot of these issues. And so the gentleman that I spoke to dealing with his home that is now, you know, where he's exposed to flood insurance as a result of a new construction that he built by relying on, this erroneous information. He's an older gentleman. And he told me, I don't want to have to go through this. I don't want to have to now spend thousands and thousands of dollars on an attorney to go after someone and, start filing cases and, going after this. I explained that he could file a complaint with the Attorney General, and that certainly, his right and in statute is the disciplinary way to go. And his answer was, well, probably nothing is going to happen out of that. Those were his words, not mine. I agree, unlicensed practice should be forcefully, gone after. And that's why the law states shall and felony, because it should be a significant detractor to wanting to do that. Unfortunately, what we're seeing historically is that this isn't happening. And, as far as what the board is going to do with the money, I can't answer that because I'm not on the board. Seeing as how this would be, a new statute, I'm sure the board would have hearings and, follow all correct procedures on what to do and deal with the money. But I know it would fall under the Office of Professional Licensure, which, again, I don't know how that structure is set up. So, there certainly would be transparent resolution to that.
Thank you for answering the question. And the only question I have is, the statute already states that they shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, or if a business, that they shall be a felony upon them. And I'm just trying to figure out how the board collecting up to a $10,000 fine is going to help those aggrieved homeowners any further than what the statute says in making these folks criminals.
So from our perspective, it's a civil deterrent, what we want to do is certainly let people know, look, if you are going to be providing unlicensed practice, there is not only going to be this potential criminal discipline, but there's going to be a civil monetary aspect of it. And quite honestly, the majority of these practitioners are going to be more afraid of a monetary discipline than they are of a criminal or some other kind of discipline. And, a lot of them, their attitude is, go after me. So what? It's your job to come after me for this criminal enforcement. Whereas, a lot of them are going to be deterred from practicing based on the potential of a civil monetary fine.
Yes,
that can
if
be
you
imposed.
just find somebody $10,000 for every business card they handed out that says, surveying services when they're not licensed, that would certainly add up in a hurry.
And that's definitely not the intent, but certainly preventing the advertising of it.
It would certainly strike me as more useful to take somebody that's saying they're licensed when they aren't, and hitting them up for every penny you could try to get, and scare off the other people that are in the same situation. But that's my opinion. All right, Representative Pearson and then Marsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to channel my inner Schmidt just a little bit. I built a $60,000 barn on my property that had a very limited buildable footprint right here. And I can't even imagine what would have happened if my neighbor had later on said, hey, you're 2 feet onto my property. I can't move a barn of that size. The whole bottom's concrete, right? So it seems as though the effects of improperly doing surveys has real and substantial consequences here, especially when it comes to the erection of structures and things of that nature. But the question I have, though, is when these surveys are conducted, they are submitted to a local government body. In my case, the town of Derry is going to take this, or I suppose if your town doesn't do it, perhaps a county level takes these surveys, using quotes. Would it not be appropriate or even advantageous to make in statute a provision where a municipality or a political subdivision, whatever you want to call it, cannot accept a land survey of any type from an unlicensed. That way, these never get on file. They're never used in any sort of governmental decisions, and they're just, they're out. Would that not assist in this venture of making sure that things that we have are done by licensed people properly?
Certainly. I don't necessarily think I'm prepared to speak to that now, because there's a lot of other implications that go along with that. But certainly when a town accepts information that is not certified by a licensed individual, and there is the potential for error in that. And in the field that I work, I see that constantly. And the example you gave of the barn you built that's 2 feet over, that's more common than you think. And, we deal with and resolve issues like that all the time through boundary line adjustments and agreements and easements, et cetera. So, we see the consequences of that. Whether it's better to have the town, a requirement where the town must accept that certified work or not, I think that's a discussion for.
I'm not saying that the town needs to accept something from a licensed surveyor. What I'm getting at is that if Joe Van over here that does surveying out of the back of a pickup truck is now provides you this service, you submit it to your local town, they're going to go, yeah, this guy's not licensed, we don't accept. You see what I'm getting at?
Yep, I do.
And now when I went to the town of Derry and said, I want to do this, they go, all right, you got to pull your survey map and go through the planning board process and all that, right? But I took that from the town in good faith, assuming that it was on the up and up. Now I know the company that did the surveying on my land, and I know they're legit. But you see what I'm getting at?
Yep.
If that wasn't legitimately done, it should never have been something I could have acquired from the town to start with. That's kind of a safeguard that I'm asking you about here.
Yeah. So I can actually give you an example of something similar to what you're talking about. Recently in a town up in the Lakes region, a contractor went to the town, got a copy of a survey plan, which was a boundary line adjustment. The boundary line adjustment was stamped by a surveyor, showed all of the boundary lines of the 2 abutting properties. He took the plan and drew where his garage was going to go. It was a commercial structure. And then he submitted that. Well, it turns out that boundary line adjustment plan was never approved by the planning board, nor was it ever, approved or accepted by the 2 abutting owners. So the boundary lines on that plan were erroneous. They didn't exist. And it was submitted to the town, and they accepted it as a site plan application. Had they approved that and gone forward, it didn't. Fortunately, it was caught. But had they gone forward with that, there would have been some significant problems, because the line had changed and that garage would have then been on someone else's property. So, that's just an example of kind of what you're outlining, is the information that the towns have to accept should come from a licensed resource. But
This is not going to be easy, Ben. Representative Marsh and then Allegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What you're describing here sounds to me an awful lot like deceptive business practices. And what I am wondering is why we're creating a whole section of law and trying to create a mechanism to deal with these civil fines, when we could just as easily add this as an item to the list that's prohibited in RSA 358A:2.
again, it comes down to enforcement. Who is where is the enforcement mechanism going to come from? That's going to cause more budgetary resources. That's going to create more significant administrative costs. And, by instituting a civil money penalty, not only are we avoiding adding these additional administrative costs that are going to, again, overburden our enforcing agencies, but, we're going to allow for, a board to have a legitimate hearing as they would during a normal, licensing, disciplinary hearing, and, levy a fine, which then could, again, provide an economic offset to the state and the state budget and the courts and, the Attorney General's office, as opposed to just adding another item to a list, which is then going to create, again, another administrative enforcement layer with really no budgetary enforcement mechanism. And, that's what we're, I think, really trying to get to at this point.
Okay, thank you, Representative Allegra.
Thank you. I think I'm asking a similar question to Representative Pearson's, but from a different angle, and I may have a follow-up. Am I correct in assuming that at present it is not illegal for a professional but unlicensed surveyor to provide services for unofficial use, just personal use by a landowner, for example? Is that the case?
No. It is illegal to provide any kind of surveying, boundary services, any of the services that would fall under the 310A63 definition of surveying, whether it's private or not. I mean, if you're talking about a scenario where your friend is going to come over and maybe help you look for your boundaries or something, or look for maybe the pins or monuments that are called out in your deed, just for your own personal information, I don't necessarily think that would be encroaching on the illegal and the practice of surveying, because it's your property. You still can go out and search for your own monumentation and do that. But if you're talking about hiring someone that is going to provide a surveying service, whether it's private or whether it's something you want to submit to a town or municipality, that would still fall under, the definition of surveying and still be enforceable as a misdemeanor or a felony.
Follow-up. So this is where it ties in with Representative Pearson's question, is that it's a good point that if it's not a licensed provider, then the town should just not accept it. But what I'm asking here is not providing it to a town, specifically not providing it to a town. So say there's a pond or a lake or some feature on my property and I want it surveyed. I have no intention of using it for official purposes. And I don't feel like spending a bundle on a surveyor, so I go online, I see somebody who does surveying, and they'll do it for me for a couple of $100. Just confirming my original question, that would be illegal.
So there's currently plenty of firms online that you can go online, enter your address, and they'll provide you with some kind of an exhibit, for your own use. They'll say specifically it's not a survey, that they're not providing surveying services, and probably cost you a couple $100. We've seen the prices range between $150 and $300 for that kind of service. Ultimately, the problem we see, and certainly in my experience, is that document always kind of filters its way out somewhere else, whether it be by you, a subsequent property owner, some other information. And, there can be, again, confusion as to what that document is. And, we see it quite a lot.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I think that was enough. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
William Doucette.
Good morning. My name is Bill Doucette. I'm the chairman of the Board of Licensure for Land Surveyors. A lot was gone over there, and I'm going to attempt to not be redundant. First, relative to the handling of unlicensed practice. So as was stated, the way it is done today, if a complaint comes to the board and the complaint is about somebody who is not licensed, we have no jurisdiction over that whatsoever. All we can do is refer that to the Attorney General's office and offer our assistance, because we feel that, we do have knowledge that may be helpful to the AGs on distinguishing whether or not, in fact, per the definition, surveying was being taken place. So we offer that assistance, but certainly get the feeling that these complaints may not rise to the level of review due to the exceptional burden that the AG has with their workload. So we are not asked for input to help assess whether something is surveying or not. The example that was given about where a contractor was setting property corners, that was referred to the Attorney General's office, and they found that that was not surveying and did not proceed. So you've had some very good questions today, and as the chairman of the board, I don't know the answer to where the money goes, how to assess whether it's 5,000 or 10,000. We would have to lean on the OPLC for guidance on how to do that. But our board and our public member deal with land surveying on a regular basis, and we understand what is surveying and what is not surveying. And we think that we can provide a valuable role in assisting protecting the public from unlicensed practice. And we think the monetary penalty that is being suggested would be a deterrent. In my time on the board, and I've been on the board since 2015, the most severe penalty that I have seen for unlicensed practice was a cease and desist letter. The most severe penalty that I have seen imposed on unlicensed practice was a cease and desist letter. So, it's relative to the other part of this bill, the non-licensed, the non-residential licensure part of this. So I know of two specific cases. One is in, there's a long-standing firm that operates out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire. There's a very qualified individual. She lives in Kittery. She's worked most of her career at this firm in Portsmouth. And they do their work primarily in New Hampshire. She does not have experience in Maine, does not have enough experience in Maine to qualify to even sit for the Maine exam. The current law says you cannot sit for the exam in New Hampshire if you live in another state and are not licensed in that state. Like attorneys, doctors, engineers, there are less and less people coming into our profession. If we can identify deterrents like this and hopefully adjust those so that qualified people can come to us and seek licensure, that would be a great benefit to all. And as was stated early in the earlier testimony, there's not a project going on in this state that doesn't have a surveyor involved at some level. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, Mr. Doucette, you and I have spoken on the phone, but it was a long time ago, about surveying in the state of New Hampshire, but I'll restrict my questioning to this particular bill because I'm questioning whether we're the best committee to be dealing with this. It seems more like something that Commerce should be dealing with, but you have not flat out stated whether you are in support of this particular bill as written. So I'd like to ask you that question first.
I am in support of it with the amendment, and I understand that's awkward because you haven't had a chance to review the amendment. In a nutshell, the amendment, in my opinion, solves a problem where, as written currently, it could be read that if you are licensed in another state, we have to license you. The amendment addresses that we have our own standards, and that includes a exam that covers New Hampshire boundary law, and that is very important to the board. So I am in favor of this, specifically with the amendment as submitted.
Follow up. So, and you are addressing us as the chairman of the board and speaking on behalf of the board in your support of the bill as amended?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. We are getting copies of the amendment, so we'll be able to analyze it. Are there any other further questions for Mr. Doucette? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 383? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and I believe this will go to Representative Sytek Subcommittee. Okay, I'm closing the hearing on Senate Bill 383. We are resuming at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 230, and I call Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We had a nice commerce meeting that we just finished as well, so it's great. Again, my name is Kevin Kavanaugh, Senator from District 16, representing the towns of Bow, Candia, Dunbarton, Hooksett, and Manchester Wards 1, 2, and 12. I sponsored Senate Bill 230, and it's relative to the practice of body art. This bill defines and regulates body art establishments and is at the request of OPLC, and I have been working with Michael Porter from the department. I can go on and bore you with what I don't know, but Mike's the expert in this and more than willing to hand it over to him.
Thank you. That seems pretty clear. We will, that case, thank you, Senator, and Mr. Porter.
Thank you, everyone.
There we go. Sorry. Good afternoon, honorable members and Madam Chairman. My name is Michael Porter, and I'm the Investigations Bureau Chief at the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I'm here today to talk about Senate Bill 230 relative to the body art practitioners. I did submit written testimony, so I'm just going to give highlights of that testimony, if that's okay. Under current statutes, body art practitioners require individual licensure, but the establishments hosting licensed body art practitioners do not. The structure proposed by this legislation mirrors other establishments requiring licensure, including barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics. The proposed legislation provides proactive measures for the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare. Licensure of an establishment in accordance with rules governing any profession provides a professional licensing board the ability to inspect and enforce statutes and rules proactively without waiting for a consumer complaint to be filed, while at the same time boosting consumer confidence. Practitioners are properly licensed and meet minimum standards required of licensure. Under current statutes governing body art, OPLC is only authorized to investigate licensees after a complaint has been filed, which means the harm may have already occurred. The proposed legislation primarily ensures inspectors will have the flexibility to enter an establishment for the purposes of routine inspections to ensure individuals are properly licensed to perform professional services and that basic health and safety standards are in place. I'm now going to turn to unlicensed practice. Unlicensed activity is a primary concern inasmuch as unlicensed practitioners have not met the minimum requirements for licensure set by the board, including sanitation and health requirements. Unlicensed practice erodes consumer confidence in the profession and harms the reputation of professionals who have met the minimum standards required for licensure, including but not limited to the health and safety standards. Most times, unlicensed practice is discovered as a result of random inspections. If an establishment is not licensed, we are not authorized to enter for the purposes of conducting a random inspection. Therefore, the likelihood of not catching unlicensed practice is high. If unlicensed practice is reported by a consumer or through other means, oftentimes the harm has already occurred. Without having the authority to enter an establishment, we are unable to conduct these random inspections, which limits our ability to discover the unlicensed practice. Many boards have statutes that incur criminal penalties for individuals engaged in the license of practice. And I can talk about a couple of cases which are public now involving aesthetics and barbering and cosmetology. Our inspectors had done some inspections in the southern tier of the state where we found in one particular incident, every employee of the shop was unlicensed. So because of the fact that we regulate the shop licensure, we were able to expedite an emergency suspension immediately through the board. The board, we brought our evidence to the board. They immediately suspended the shop license, which meant all operations had to cease. At the same time, we continued to work with the shop owner to assist with the licensure process so that he could open more rapidly. This took about 30 to 45 days. What we found were the 5 or 6 individuals were from Massachusetts. They were coming up here working unlicensed. and the consumers had no idea. Ultimately, we brought them before the board for a final hearing. They entered into a final settlement agreement, but we also were able to make a referral to law enforcement because the shop owner knowingly engaging employees who are not licensed is a criminal offense. That case is being prosecuted currently by the New Hampshire Attorney General's office. We had a second case very similar. And I highlight those cases because without the ability to go in and inspect, we never would have caught these individuals operating without a license. Subsequently, both shops were reopened. Both shops are in full compliance with health and safety standards. And I believe we did a second inspection on both, and we were able to be satisfied with that. So currently, with this particular practice, body art, we do not have the authority to go in. And we do receive phone calls about unlicensed practice, but we can't go into the establishment. We can send a complaint to the individual, a written complaint, but whether they respond or not, that's really up to them. We have other measures if they are licensed and don't respond, but if they're unlicensed, then we have no authority, and there's nothing we can do to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. We have been working with a number of municipalities in the southern tier and on the eastern side of the state as well, where many municipalities have told us that while, yes, they do have some enforcement ability, they don't have the manpower. And through COVID, they certainly didn't have the manpower. And so in speaking with a number of them, they felt it would be best to have more of a central repository, such as through OPLC, to license the shop, give us the authority to inspect. If we find wrongdoing, we already have the authority to reach out to law enforcement, but we'd also have the authority to reach out to the public boards of health for any violations that we would find and trigger that. So we understand that this is it's not a large scale measure or operation, but any individual who is operating without a license doesn't meet the minimum standards required and is a harm and threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. In conclusion, the establishment licensure at the state level does provide consumers with confidence that the establishments and licensees are operating within lawful means and provides proactive protection for the public health, safety, and welfare. Proactive measures help identify issues before they arise. If you have any additional questions or if you'd like to have a conversation, I can be reached at 271-0140, and I'm happy to take any questions from this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's kind of astonishing in a way to hear that you have no authority. It seems inherent. It's kind of like the revenuers, you know. But of course, law enforcement has authority that you guys don't have. They can go after any illegal act. But what these people are doing is illegal, but you're not the cops. Is that what you're basically saying?
In some senses, yes.
Follow up. So do you have any idea how many such operations there are out there that you're aware of and you would stop if you had that authority?
We don't track the number of shops because it's not something that we would have no way to measure that quantity. I can tell you during COVID, we received a number of phone calls at the height of COVID where people would complain that a shop was open and there was very little we could do. We would refer it to the Attorney General's office. But we did not have authority to go and inspect. And I'll give an explanation. If we have under cosmetology, if a shop was open, and we had an issue, I think it was up in Littleton area, where we were notified actually by law enforcement. And so we were able to, because of the fact that we had the shop license, and because we regulate that, send them a letter to basically cease and desist and stop the practice, you know, in compliance with the orders. That person did. He did so.
One more. So the thing is, you said that either you read or you said that that several shops were operating illegally and unlicensed before. I guess I couldn't say they're illegal. if you don't have any authority, but but now they are up to standard. They're operating. What's their excuse for? Just ignorance that they.
I can give you a direct quote. We actually had a public hearing on the matter, and I actually prosecuted the matter. And when the individual appeared before the board, his question was, how many unlicensed people am I allowed to have in my shop before I get suspended? And that was a legitimate question that he asked because, unfortunately, some people think, well, I can have one or two and I'm okay. The answer from the board was 0. And in that one, that was the one who had 5 or 6 unlicensed individuals in his shop. And the reason we referred that for criminal prosecution was really the blasé attitude of, well, how many am I allowed to have? The second shop owner was not referred for criminal prosecution because there was a question as to what his knowledge base was of those individuals who he did employ. We were able to work with both, however, to reopen their shops legally and have the protection for the public health and safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief, for taking my question.
Sure.
How many people in your department actually go out and go after the businesses that are violating this?
So currently we have 2 inspectors in the barbering cosmetology unit. We have, and I don't have the exact numbers, we also have pharmacy inspectors. I believe we have 3 that work with the pharmacies. We have electrical inspectors. There may be 5. 5 mechanical inspectors and 4 electrical. So dedicated to this in this bill is a request for another position, which we would need to assist in the inspections of these shops.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, Representative Fontenot.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you, would this fall under your barbering cosmetology division, or would this be a new separate division?
So it would be housed in the enforcement division. And so, what the specs would look like as far as qualifications, we would have to work that out internally. But they would just be another inspector within our division of enforcement.
Can you tell me in general in the, in general in the state, how many other of the professions require the business to be licensed as well as the individuals to be licensed?
I can only tell you what we have jurisdiction over, and that would be for the barbering cosmetology. They have shop licenses. They also have apprentice licenses, and then there's barbering cosmetology or aesthetics. That is the only, I believe, the only enterprise that we.
Plumbers and electricians have a business license that is required as well as the individual licenses.
Right, and I believe
don't know
that's
of
not
others.
enforceable with us. I believe that's a separate, we have individual licensure with them. But right now, they're the only shops that, I believe they're the only shops that we regulate, correct? I'm sorry, yes, pharmacies also. They receive permits to operate their pharmacies through OPLC as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Porter.
Yes.
I would like to know if you ever have a case someone operated with a fake license here in New Hampshire.
I'm sorry.
If you never have a case, someone being operated with a fake license or a funny license.
Yep, okay.
Do you have that case in New Hampshire?
So I'm not aware of any. Well, we've dealt with some altered and doctored licenses. They might have fudged out the expiration date, but it's somebody who was previously licensed. But I don't believe we've run into that situation where somebody has duplicated a fake license and hung it. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Fellows.
I see on the first page on line 11
I'm just going to grab a copy. I apologize for that.
Around line 11 on the first page, it talks about the fact that if the establishment is already licensed under apparently anything that's under OPLC, that for the body art establishment license, they would have a reduced fee. And then on page 2, it says at the top of page 2, a condition that, oh, it has essentially the same thing, that the establishment, here's my question. So I'm wondering how big this scope is, and if the manager, you could have a manager that really doesn't know anything about body art, but they could have body art in their establishment. So can you straighten that out?
And I'll use, and I hate to keep going back to my catch-all, but barbering cosmetology, you don't have to be a licensee to operate a shop. You do require a shop license. And again, the individuals you hire to conduct the services have to have the license in that profession. But that still gives us the authority that if they hire unlicensed practitioners, we at least have the authority to go in right away, if the board so chose, to suspend the shop license, which closes everything until they come into compliance. So you don't have to be a body art practitioner in order to own the shop.
Yes, you really have to make sure there is an appropriately licensed person who runs it.
You don't have to have a license to own it, but you need a manager who's licensed under something.
Yes. For example, if your hairdresser wanted to put a little tattoo chair in the back of the salon, they would get a cut rate on the body art facility license.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Yes. I have a comment. As you see on line 14, the board already has rulemaking authority over inspection of body art establishments. That's in current law. Yes. It on page 1, line 14 of the bill, you can see it lined out. And so my question is, if you can make rules about it, that implies you can do it. So
I'm not familiar with this statute, and I'm going to guess, but this statute might be under the rulemaking authority of
Yes.
the board itself.
It's the executive director. The
Right.
body art is an advisory board.
Correct. So the problem is there's no statutory enforcement of that, and so it's the process by which, and I can't answer that directly, but I can tell you that if it's made by rule, we do issue rule violations, but a statutory violation, which then makes it a potential criminal penalty, is what would follow through. And this is really a two-pronged attempt. The first is to ensure that anybody who opens a shop, is licensed, and they're responsible for the activities that go on in their shop. And if they hire unlicensed individuals, if we don't have the authority to go after the unlicensed person for whatever the reason, we do have legal authority under the law to hold the shop owner responsible.
Okay.
It's a little convoluted at times, and that's why we were looking for this language in this statute.
Okay, because if I happen to be looked further down in the statute, and it's in 314A12, a person who shall practice or attempt to practice tattooing, body piercing, branding without a license shall be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. or felony if you're a business. And then
Right.
again, if you violate any other provision of the chapter or rules adopted to this chapter, shall be guilty of a violation or felony if you're a business for a first offense. So, since that sounds that you would adopt rules saying that you have the authority to enter a business, and in there you will see whether the employees are licensed.
Sorry, I'm just reading that. I'm catching up to you.
It's anyway, that's for your information.
Okay.
I think, not sure you don't have the authority already.
It's so my understanding, and again, and I'd have to take a look at this a little bit more, the complexity, but it's my understanding that we just can't go in and for example, we'll get a phone call or an email that says, hey, so and so's operating an illegal shop, and there's very little we can do about that piece of it. We could reach out to a licensee if they happen to be working there to find out, are you licensed? But we generally don't hear about those unless there's a complaint that comes in. But I can take a look at this further and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are these people basically hiding in plain sight, or are they really hiding?
Some are not, some are in plain sight, some are not. It varies. It depends on the shop itself. It varies.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Representative Fellows. Mike?
Sorry. On the last page, it talks about it talks about establishment license. So you can give issue an establishment license to somebody who's a licensed body art practitioner. Although I don't even know why that needs to be in there, because the next paragraph says you can give it a establishment license to somebody who's not, provided that you can give it to the owner, provided that the licensed body art practitioner, he employs a licensed body art practitioner as manager.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a definition of manager? And does that conflict with what the last question I asked you about on page 1? Because on page 1, it says the manager can have a certification or in cosmetology or something. It doesn't have to be body art, and here it says body art.
No.
It specifically says that the licensed body art practitioner is manager. So, but the owner is the person who has to apply for it.
Right, but with the other page, it said the manager could be anybody who was licensed under anything under OPLC. Right?
Right, and therefore the person who is doing the body art in the back of your hair salon would have to be the licensed manager.
Right.
I get that part.
Oh, well.
But on the first page, it doesn't say that you could have somebody with a cosmetology license be the manager, and the body art is one person in the back. I thought we just confirmed that. Does it sound? It sounds like a conflict to me.
I think we'll have to look into that for you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you.
Yes?
Is this one of the early bills?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 230? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. I will close the hearing. And I'll mention this has a lot of similarity with the House bill regarding the licensure of massage establishments that we have an interim study.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So,
Do we want to try to accept what? Do we want to try to accept 443?
we only got, 45, yeah, we got 20 minutes.
You want to try it? 443 isn't going to be that bad, I don't think.
It might be.
Oh.
443, we need the amendment from Representative Pearson. Do you have the amendment to Senate Bill 443?
What I don't have.
Okay, so we're not quite ready.
He's going to be here.
Okay.
But yes, I do have.
Okay, good. And does someone want to make a motion on Senate Bill 325, which is the first bill we heard? I think so, yes. We'll start. 325 is Local Organization for Emergency Management. What? Representative Pearson, you have a motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion on ought to pass on 325.
Okay, that's
Mostly-
by Pearson and
mostly-
second by Susan.
The reason, thank you, Madam Chair, part of the reason is I want to make sure that the majority blurb is very clear on intent, because that is part of the legal record of this. And I want to reiterate Senator Kavanaugh's clear statement that this is not intended to modify anyone's classification in the pension system. This also, for the most part, as we heard in the hearing, a lot of this is kind of just a recognition, a feel-good thing. The only thing substantive of this is that this may just make the path to federal reimbursement for some declared emergencies just that little bit easier. But this doesn't really change anything too drastically that's not already being done.
Thank you. Representative Shewitt?
Oh.
Okay. Representative Lakis?
Thank you. I was stuck in the Senate, so Pearson or someone, if you could just give me an overview of your view of what this thing does. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. So for the most part, this is kind of feel good. It really is. As far as just recognizing some of the ancillary groups that have participated in, not just recently, this is really irrespective of COVID. This goes back to all kinds of stuff, actually really mostly weather related in its scope than anything else. But it's just to the point of recognizing that beyond just what we consider the typical first responders, we have other folks that have been pressed into service for various things, including, the Department of Transportation, local road agents, local highway departments, and things of that nature, that involved anything from floods to washouts to blizzards, really. So this doesn't change the structure of anything. Like I said, it just really, at best, would make it a little easier for the state when they file for federal reimbursement on declared emergencies to just have their paperwork a little bit more in a row. And that's honestly really all it is.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So if I understand correctly, that last part, since we're saying they are involved in responding to emergencies, then, we could file for reimbursement with the feds if on an emergency, and that other than the recognition and that aspect of it, this basically does nothing. Is that correct?
One thing it does is that it explicitly says that Public Works or the road agent or whomever will be a part of the incident command structure.
All right,
But
thanks.
but they generally are there now anyway.
They are there now. Yeah,
All right.
it's a term called unified command, and I won't get into how the unified command system works, but it's like I said, there's really not a huge change here to what we're currently doing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt and then Allegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that I'm familiar with, and I just want to ask you because you're clearly the most experienced among us with regard to this particular issue. And for example, one of the common events that happens in cities is in the wintertime, you'll have a sewer line break where the people have got to get out there and dig open the street to get at it, to stop the flow and so forth and so on. Are these people are going to be acknowledged in the same fashion by this bill?
Probably not. I mean, realistically, it would be one colossally humongous water main for the governor have to declare a state of emergency or a water main break. So, I think that's a little bit of a underwhelmed event for what this really is intended to do. This is more large scale, over big scope stuff.
Because the reality is, if you're talking about the dead of winter and the line breaks, and those guys are out there breaking open the street and struggling with water and collapsing terrain around the break and so forth and so on, that's nothing to joke about. I'm not saying you were joking, but it's serious stuff. So it may not be worthy of a gubernatorial declaration. I'm not implying that it should. It's just that I would like to, that serious stuff as well as fires.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Representative Allegro.
I'm going to need to be convinced to support this one. It seems to me like an open-ended and unnecessary expansion. Well, it's a change of definition. And as the representative earlier said, Representative Pearson mentioned, it's not, it doesn't have anything to do with compensation and that kind of stuff and insurance, but it will. It will. We know that this is the first step in the ever-expanding definition and then treatment of different positions. Now, things are listed in here like hospital workers, a nurse, a surgeon in the hospital is not a first responder. The first responder is police, fire, and a few others. And we just keep expanding the definition of first responder. There's no end to it. And so, like I say, I'm going to need to be convinced on this one. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Representative Allegro and to others, I remember going and taking several classes on the incident command system. And one of the examples that they brought up is a plane crash. It did actually happen. It was in Pennsylvania. And in this particular case, a local pizza shop came up and said, we'll supply pizzas to the first responders at this particular incident. And pretty soon they found out that the emergency workers were not eating the pizzas. And then somebody came up with the bright idea. That's exactly what they're looking at the crash scene. So the thing is, when you look at the incident command system, it's supposed to be a flexible document, okay, that can be handled as small as you want, but it also can be expanded. And to have people such as Public Works at a particular incident. Now, in the case of a blizzard, I don't know, but living through 78, I bet some fire companies wish they had a plow company, municipal plow, running in front of them to get to some areas down the street, particularly if they had a fire. If that was done through a command post, at that time in 78, the incident command system did not exist. But in that type of situation, the Public Works could target that particular area. So what this does to me, it's already happening, yeah, but it does codify it to make sure. And I think it's part of the enlightening of looking at the incident command system, that it is a flexible procedure that can get into. It could be logistics. It's fine when they end in 2 hours, but you could have a situation that could last months. And that's where you really need a very strong incident command system. And this could involve Public Works working for that period of time. The fire department may actually de-escalate and become into some of the ancillary groups that would actually become more prominent in that regard. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Allegro.
But if it lasts for months, they're not first responders. First responders are there on the scene at the time. And issues about, and I'm not being facetious here, honestly, who gets pizza, who gets fed, that kind of thing, those aren't decisions that require an expansion of the definition of first responder. That just requires some common sense on the scene. You got people there, they're working, they can't go home, they got to get some food. Give them a slice of pizza. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bailey and then O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have not been best pleased with either the scope or the duration of the most recent emergency. And I do not like that there are people in this list of first responders that are not public employees. And that needs to change, or I need to vote no. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Pearson.
So Representative Bailey, I'll give you an example. The city of Manchester right now is EMS services provided by AMR by contract. That's who provides ambulance service. They are not employees of the city of Manchester or any actual governmental group. It's a contracted private entity. The city of Nashua functions under the same manner. So in the event of even a Cessna landing on Elm Street in Manchester, that's going to require an integrated act with the ambulance company. So non-governmental employees are integrated into disaster relief all the time. This is extremely common, and it has been for 100 years. So I'm not sure what your concern is in the fact that they're not necessarily public employees.
Okay. Representative Monti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would imagine I would address this question to you. Is not first responders actually anyone that comes across the scene, preferably licensed, like a licensed nurse, a medic in the military, or situations like that? And then when the crew comes, or the fire crew, or the ambulance, that automatically gets turned over to them. But wouldn't that person be the first responder, the first person on the scene?
The term first responder applies to, if you will, it's been deemed into more professional categories, right? So police and fire are always first responders, regardless of if an incident's an hour or a month. So but to your point, a rollover on the highway, you've got active military guys that pull over a nurse, whatever. Are they first responders? Are they good Samaritans? I think the term first responder really does more apply to more of a professional role to which it is your duty to act, if you will, versus a good Samaritan role per se. If I'm not answering your question right, please tell me if I'm not explaining myself right.
Yeah, I'll give you a good example. Say the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard Auxiliary. They would be, if they came across an accident anywhere, they would be considered first responders. They're not employed by the government. They're an own 501c group, but
sure,
they would be. See, there's a whole program on this licensing first responders thing, and I understand it a little bit differently than it was explained here today.
Because Civil Air Patrol is another example.
Okay.
They're not military. They're a pseudo military organization that provides a service, and they have some statutory jurisdictional things involving plane crashes. But that would be, yeah. I mean, I would consider the Civil Air Patrol first responders too, and they may be, their legal classifications and definitions probably include that term. But there is a difference between emergency response and emergency management, and that's been a big topic of conversation during the COVID era as to when you go from emergency response to just management. So I think in this particular case, what we're talking about here isn't necessarily the rebuilding of a bridge that washed out and 6 months later we're putting a bridge back together. That's not first response. That's just management or reconstruction. I think what we're getting here is the folks that are involved in an initial incident that have been either through their own statutory function been involved or through conscription been involved into mitigating what's an emergency. As far as hospital folks have been used in that role before. I mean, we've pulled people out of hospitals we've pulled surgeons out of hospitals for accidents on the highway where we've had to do some serious work. And that's, it's fairly rare. It's fairly rare, but they do fall under that. I see your concern with this, and that's why I asked Senator Kavanaugh, I'm not looking for this to become a catalyst to change people's classifications as far as the pension system or benefits or anything else. I think this is just more of a like Representative O'Brien said, we're codifying something that already exists, and we're just kind of making it a little bit more formal in statute.
Yeah. Representative Rhodes, and then you can follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this is a little bit of my thought with Representative Allegro's question, and along with what Representative O'Brien was saying. So the particular plane crash that he's speaking of was about 5 miles from my backyard. And there actually were no survivors of that plane crash. However, there were other emergencies that were around that area that all of the local hospitals, like in the event that there would have been any survivors, right, the local hospitals would certainly have been first responders because it would be the management of that particular crisis at that time, right? So you would gather anybody there. So, when you go to school for the training for the first response, if you will, and the crisis management, all of the local hospitals would be involved in all of that. It doesn't go on forever. That would be that emergency for right then. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but.
No, both you and Pearson actually gave me some good wording, but that's exactly the point. When the plane crashed, people didn't pick up the phone and call the hospital. They picked up the phone and they called the professional people who were supposed to be there immediately and on the spot. Yeah, but you can go on ad infinitum like that.
Yes, this list includes the people that the first professional on the scene was calling in the first round.
That the first responder was calling.
Do you want to put it that way? Yes, that's
Representative Allegro, I can tell you in a MCI, mass casualty incident scenarios and trainings and preparedness, every single person that's in this category in Article 9 is included in those preparedness drills, every single one of them. So, that this is not, like I said, this is not long-term management stuff. This is initial stuff. So there's not a single entity here that's listed that I would not include in a mass casualty drill.
Okay, Representative Marsh, and then I'm going to recess this discussion until after.
To clarify a little bit about the hospitals, I went as a hospital trustee, I happen to know that what our emergency room personnel do in the emergency room is they communicate by radio to the EMTs on scene and actually give orders to things that have to be done at the time of an incident. So they're intimately involved in what's happening on the scene, even if they're not physically on that scene at that point in time.
Okay. We will continue this after the next hearing, so stay tuned. And you're gonna run that, because I've got the amendment. Senator Carson brought in a card, but we'll see if she's here.
Are you able to introduce it for her? She's not. Okay. Sinking in this chair.
Ms. Wheeler, so she will
Okay.
introduce the bill.
Okay. We are opening the public hearing for Senate Bill 358. And Ms. Wheeler.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Chantel.
You have to eat that microphone.
All right. Is that better?
Closer.
All right. My name is Chantel Wheeler. I am here on behalf of Senator Sharon Carson, who represents the towns of Auburn, Londonderry, and Hudson. And I'm here to introduce for your consideration Senate Bill 358, which establishes October 2022 as Eczema Awareness Month.
Ms. Wheeler, could I trouble you maybe to bring that down or bring it? We're having a
Sure.
really hard time hearing
Oh,
you.
I'm
I know you're
sorry.
trying. I just can't.
You really do have to eat the microphone.
It's
You-
ridiculous.
All right. Is this better?
That is.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Do you want me to start over?
No, that's okay. I think I heard enough of it.
All right. So I'm here to introduce this bill, which would establish October 2022 as Eczema Awareness Month. There are over 30 million people who suffer with eczema in the United States. It's a debilitating condition. And with that, I have no further introduction.
Are there any questions for Ms. Wheeler? Representative Pearson?
I'm not sure that you can answer this, but I'll give it a shot. Has the prime sponsor, Senator Carson, just reached out to the governor to ask for just a simple declaration or proclamation from the governor's office rather than do this in statute?
I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question. I know this bill was passed last session and died in the omnibus.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you very much. Who else do I have on? I guess nobody? Oh, okay. Okay. Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I'm here to Carol McGuire representing Allenstown, Epsom, and Pittsfield in Merrimack 29. And I have here a non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 358. which I will say assumes the position that the committee will not support it, and therefore it completely replaces the bill. If I'm wrong, it could easily be changed to tack on to the bottom of the bill. In any event, this came out of discussions we had on House Bill 1395, which talked about the jail car process. And this is a change to the committee that came out of some discussions I had with other people in the House. What it does is that it increases the number of members of jail car and separates it into 3 divisions, as it were. And the reason for that is that the people who are serve on jail car are primarily from ED&A and a few from finance. What we don't have is people with real knowledge about the other areas we write rules. And so this jail car staff, will make sure it agrees with the letter of the law, but it's rather difficult to understand the effect if you don't understand the subject of the rule. There is plenty of expertise in the House on all these different areas. And so by increasing the number of people who serve on jail car and concentrating them in areas of expertise, you'll be able to get more intelligent review of the rules and better compliance with the legislative intent. For example, in a lot of cases, there are a lot of rules about health and human services. And we know some things about it, but there's other things that other people who in the House would have a better knowledge of. It would be more capable of saying, this may more or less comply with the law, but it doesn't comply with legislative intent, or this is a bad way to do something. And that's one of the problems with administrative rules is that they're frequently written by people who aren't as knowledgeable as they ought to be. And therefore, they don't have the deep understanding of the subject that you would ideally have. So what this amendment adds people, 15 members of the House, 9 members of the House and 6 members of the Senate, rather than 5 and 5 at the moment, and separates them into 3 groups of 5, and so that you get more concentrated expertise in each section. And there's the only other significant change is that it would require the entire committee, all 15 members, to get together to vote to make a final objection and submit a resolution to block the implementation of a rule and require a vote of the full House and Senate. So I will try to answer questions if I can.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. So looking through this, we got it. I didn't see anything that decided what division would handle what subject and how it'd be broken up. Is that just going to be decided by the committee chair or the committee?
I would suspect it would, like many other things, it would depend on what rules are likely to come up, or what the particular interests and knowledge of the committee members is. But yes, I left it up to the discretion of the chair.
Follow up.
Recognized for follow-up.
Thank you. So that means that individual members of the committee wouldn't always be assigned to the same division. They might move based on what rules were coming in, or?
I think it would be easier if they were standing.
Okay.
So I would expect that to be the case in most circumstances.
All right, thank you.
Representative Grota, then Pearson.
Representative Lekis did ask my question, and I was particularly interested in standing committees. So it would be similar to what we do in this committee when we have standing subcommittees and we have a bill that needs to be hashed out. We send it to that subcommittee.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, or in finance, they do the same thing.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this, you're committing 20% of the Senate, okay, to this. And based on a lot of discussion we've heard this year, the Senate is already overworked, according to them. So is this something that, I know it's your amendment and you're on it by yourself, but is this something the Senate's okay with, as far as 20% of the Senate being committed to jail car?
There are two answers to that. First, we have in fact discussed this with members of the Senate, and they have not expressed extreme pleasure or displeasure. So the other thing is that the structure of jail car is such that there's a full complement of alternates. And it is not at all uncommon even now, where there's 5 Senate members and 5 House members and 5 House alternates, to have one or more of the senators be replaced by House alternates. There are Senate alternates too, and they show up when they're interested.
What?
Thank you. So with the restructuring here, at some point there would have to be what constitutes a quorum. So the quorum of a division shall be 3 members, with 5 being a full complement, if I'm getting that right?
Yep.
Based on the math. Okay. As far as the 3 divisions, are they, the chairs of those, are they staggered? Is it the House versus the Senate? I mean, who's the...
For the full committee, the chair rotates. It's the Senate this session,
I
it'll
see.
be the House next session. And if I didn't put that in, that's a good thing to include for the divisions. That would be the intent.
Okay.
Representative Marsh?
Thank you. I found the answer to my question.
Oh, wait a minute. Excuse me, Senator Pearson. If you look on page 29, the chair shall rotate biennially between the House and Senate members.
Right, that's the overall encompassing 15-member body, right?
Yes, and it doesn't say the same applies to these divisions, but it could easily say so.
Okay.
I found the answer to my question.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Representative Fellows?
Yeah, this is just to get back to what is the scope of each division? And it seems to me that if the Speaker and the President of the Senate are going to appoint members to do they appoint the members to the divisions or that maybe somehow it needs to specify either what the divisions are going to be in statute or some mechanism to determine what it is before the people are appointed. That was just my thought.
It's an interesting thought. Right now, if anybody is appointed to JELCAR and shows a willingness to continue, they will be reappointed for as long as they show that willingness. And what I would hope that the criteria would to have as wide a range of expertise as you can possibly get, because of the 400 of us, no matter what it is, somebody's an expert. But if you're only talking, 5 members now or 9 members, you want to get people who have a widely varying expertise and experience. And not all from ED&A, yes. I mean, the one of the reasons that we have problems with rules is that too many legislators don't take them very seriously, And so you don't get the involvement in the rules, even though they have the effect of law. And the more people from different committees and different backgrounds we can get involved, the more likely it is that we will help the agencies produce good rules. So,
Are there any more questions for Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. In looking at the amendment, as you know, I sat in the initial discussions we had with the speaker, and the initial draft that came forward that was sent out to us when we had that working group had 9 members from the House, and it changed it to, from there, it went from 5 of who should be from the same party. This amendment before us changes that to 6 from the same party. I'm asking if you'd be willing to go back to that 5. I think it makes it more workable, and it keeps the percentages back to where they were with the original 3/5.
that was a request of the speaker, and I will, who is going to be testifying next, and I'll go along with whatever you guys agree. You need to have a solid presence from both parties. I agree with that.
And I agree. I understand. I know Joker, when they work, they generally don't work along party lines. They work as a working group for the best interest and making sure the rules are. And so I'm just hoping we can stay closer to the center. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you, Chairman McGuire. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and members of the committee. As Representative Rowley just said, this is something that we've been working on realistically for probably the past 10 years, trying to come up with some solutions to fix GelCar. And GelCar has been given an almost impossible task. If you look at the amount of paperwork they're giving on any given day when they meet, it can be, this much paperwork on a table. And I mean, I'll use the analogy of we'll pass a 1-paragraph bill in the legislature, and the separate department will come up with a 50, 60-page list of administrative rules. I've seen it happen. And what we're trying to do here is to make it more effective and more realistic so that the amount of things coming back, and I've had to do this myself a number of times through the years, where I've gone to the administrative rules and I'm saying this isn't what we passed. And when I served all those years on transportation, and I said, this isn't what we passed, this wasn't the intent. And they put it in administrative rules, and then we had to go back and fix it. Is this going to be the solution? Probably not completely, but this is a start. Now, there's some other things that we talked about, and something that I've felt is needed is that maybe, and I can't remember when we had our meetings who suggested it, is maybe every committee in the House will have a separate subcommittee to go over the rules too before they go to GelCar to make sure that they're the intent of what the legislation was passed. That could be the next step. So this is the first step. I truly believe it's going to help make a better set of rules coming out of GelCar, especially if it acts like the fiscal committee does, where a department, certain departments are are appointed to each one of the finance committee divisions. And I'm assuming that this is basically the same way that this will work. You'll have the 5 House members and the Senate members, and they'll hopefully work with their expertise on that division of GelCar. I can tell you, having worked on appointing members to JELCAR a number of times, it's worse than pulling teeth in many cases. Some people love it. I know Peter's been on it for years, 16 years, and God bless you. But, you know, it's been very hard to define because of the intensity of the amount of work that you get when JELCAR meets. This is one step forward. We've got some other things that hopefully through the years we'll be able to move forward with. Is it going to be the solution? I guess we won't know until we try it. But what we're doing right now isn't the solution, and so this is the first step moving forward. As far as the numbers representative, I think I'm open to, you know, that.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Look at you out of the hot seat so quick.
Everybody's scared out of their minds to ask him.
Now's your chance, representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Okay, so for the record, Peter Schmidt, representing Dover Wards 1 and 2, which is Stratford District 19. 20 years in the House. 16 years on JELCAR. I wouldn't say I love it, but it's something that has to be done. I don't have a family, so I have more time than most of you probably do, although I have a life as well. I have to oppose this idea because I think it is fundamentally wrong-headed, and I will tell you why. You have to understand that that the executive branch is granted a certain amount of the power of the legislature to make laws. Rules have the force and effect of laws, as it has already been alluded to by Representative McGuire. And so, as a trade-off for the authority that is given to the executive branch to make those laws, there is a JELCAR in the state of New Hampshire, in any case, which has the power to vet those rules to see that the rules that are written by the executive branch departments do not primarily. There are four pillars of objection, but the two main ones are: a rule cannot exceed legislative authority. It can't permit more than the statute permits. And the other one is it can't violate legislative intent. I think those are pretty straightforward and understandable. You can ask me a question if you have one. But that's what JELCAR does. But the idea that you're going to have a JELCAR which is as expert as the professions that it writes rules for is just fundamentally wrong-headed. The rules are not written by legislators. The statutes are written by legislators, but very often, those of you who've been here for a while, or even for a relatively short period of time, know that very often the bills that we vet in our committees are bills that come from outside, right? Come from outside. And not necessarily from a citizen who has an idea. Sometimes the citizens have ideas that are good. Sometimes they have ideas that, frankly, are pretty bad or unworkable in terms of legal footing and legal basis. So if you have a statute which says what it says, gets adopted by the legislature, signed off on by the governor, then something is going to have to be done by and large to implement that statute. And that's the rule that's written. And that rule is going to be more precise because it's kind of like the difference between a blueprint and a house. The blueprint may be the basis, but it doesn't have every nail in it. It doesn't have every aspect of the house. The builders have to come up with that. And so the rule is going to be longer than the statute overwhelmingly, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be, and I have to disagree with the speaker's characterization that a one-page statute can have a 60-page rule. I've been doing this for 16 years. I've never seen anything like that. It's going to have more because it has all the details in it. But the rule is written not by some legislative body. It's written by the agency that oversees that particular field. And the people in that agency are very heavily experienced in that area, and they work together with the profession that statute is going to govern, and that rule is going to govern. And therefore, it's a give and take. And when the agency's done writing the rule, then there's a public hearing. It's not the jail car hearing, it's the first hearing after the rule is written, and after that give and take and back and forth has happened, and the stakeholders, that is the profession that is going to be influenced and regulated there, has an opportunity to say, that won't work, we don't like that, and so forth and so on. And the agency has to take that into consideration. They can't just ignore it. Because one of the members of the jail car, and you're looking at him, will always ask, this point that you're bringing up I have to say, there's a second public hearing, and that's the public hearing before jail car. And I always ask if there's any public testimony. This objection that you're bringing up, Mr. Practitioner, was that objection brought up in the first public hearing? And if it was brought up and it's not reflected in some change in the rule, that doesn't incline me to vote to approve that rule.
Representative Schmidt, could I ask you to speak specifically to the amendment, not necessarily to what exactly Joe Carr is doing now?
But the amendment is going to change the makeup of jail car in order to better get into the substance of the rule. The argument is we need more expertise on the part of the members of the jail car because they don't know enough about things other than several of us who are on ED&A, which has a lot of overlap with jail car. That's one of the reasons when I got appointed to ED&A 16 years ago, I also got put on the jail car. Okay? I get to testify, Madam Chair. Okay? But the thing is, I understand what I'm talking about because I've been doing it for 16 years, and in that time I've missed, I think, 2 meetings. Jail car meets once a month, at least every month. That's one of the defects. That's one of the defects of this proposed fix. That the suggestion that we're going to have the committees vet the rules. That's just not going to work because the committees only function from January to June at the latest. Then we're off the rest of the time. Who's going to vet the rules on the rest of the year? We have one meeting every month, and if it's needed, we have 2 meetings a month. Okay? And they go on for as long as we have business to deal with. So This concept is just not going to work. For one thing, more members from the House on the basis of expertise. The expertise is not going to be in the House. It's in the agency or the department that writes the rule in conjunction with the practitioners of the rule. The expertise is already there. What does the jail card do? It doesn't really vet the rule either. The rule is vetted by the 3 full-time attorneys that the jail card employs. They go over the rule, every aspect of the rule. If it's a semicolon in place of a comma or vice versa, that gets fixed. If it should be there and not there, that all gets fixed. That's nitpicky kind of stuff, but also the rule has to absolutely implement the statute to the greatest degree possible. And if it doesn't implement the statute, the attorneys will say, there's a conflict with this statute or that statute. In other words, you got statutes butting heads. Usually it's the new statute which is deemed to have the greater sway because it's the more recent statute. But sometimes you get a butting, and then the jail car attorney will show with arrows and so forth. You have to look at this to see how it looks. So the idea that the jail car attorneys are overwhelmed, I don't know. They bring in the rules every time that they've gone over, and they'll say, this is a problem here. And then the agency gets to come in. And they get to testify, and they get to say, this is the reason we're doing it this way. And since the agency is the one that's actually overseeing and working with the public, and if they say this is the only way we can do it, then by and large the jail card will say, and the attorneys will say, the previous jail card 10 years ago had the same objections, and the jail card approved it. So it's not a willy-nilly jamming stuff down people's throats. The public has a great deal of involvement in the development of rules, and the agency has the expertise, not the legislature, it's the agency that has the expertise. One other aspect that's very important to understand, and that is that getting people to serve on the jail car, the speakers, alluded to the fact that I have been on for a long time. He implicitly said, I love it. I don't love it, but I recognize that it has to be done, and it's better to have somebody do it that knows what he's doing.
Representative Schmidt, will you take questions?
I will.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I have a couple. One of them is, you made a comment about the committees vetting the rules. I don't think that's what's going on here. The committees themselves are not vetting the rules. They're expanding jail car into, but if there's a Health and Human Service related question, it's not going to the Health and Human Services Committee of the House.
I'm alluding to the fact that the speaker said this is only a first step. He had acknowledged this probably won't work. I agree with him that this probably won't work.
Okay, so I got to deal with what's in front of
But
me, and not the theory of what's going to happen.
He said we'd like to get to the point where the committees are going to view the rules. You want to come back in the summertime, every month for 5 or 6 hours to go over, a 15-page or 30-page rule.
That's not in here.
We already virtually cannot find enough senators to meet the quorum requirements right now.
So my second question for you, Representative Schmidt, is in your 16 years, have you not ever seen an agency overstep its authority?
I can give you a specific example where the the agency overstepped the authority, and that was when the smoking ban was put through, but there was no hammer. There was no sanction.
Okay.
Therefore, the agency said this is going to be ignored if there's no sanction, and so they put in a $50 administrative fine.
You're recognized for follow-up.
But the attorney said there's no basis for this. So we, as the jail car, we voted for a joint resolution saying there's no authority for this. The agency agreed, but they said this is going to have no effect if there's no hammer.
Well, okay, and you've alluded into my third question here that involves attorneys. From what I'm gathering, what you're saying is that really jail car should just be a handful of attorneys, and not because you've made statements in reference to, well, the attorneys hash it out, the attorneys determine this. I think this goes a little, I'm not subjugating the authority of the legislature to a handful of attorneys in a committee to oversee rules, and that's not what jail car is. So clearly it's more than just a handful of jail car attorneys deciding what flies and what doesn't, right?
The attorneys look at whether the rule implements the statute. It does not exceed legislative authority. It does not violate legislative intent. If the rule does that, the attorneys put on the consent calendar. Just like we have a consent calendar in the House, you're all familiar with. There's also a consent calendar on jail car. And if the attorneys say this rule meets the statutory requirements, implements the statute perfectly, it goes in the consent calendar. And any member of the jail car can pull it off, just like we can take off anything in the House. But if the rule is perfect, we don't ordinarily do anything except adopt the jail car consent calendar with one vote, the same way it happens in the House. But if there's a problem where the attorneys say does not, in our opinion, does not meet the statute perfectly, the agency is going to get to argue for why they want to do it that way, and that's the only way to do it. And the jail car can then say, we understand why you can do it, and you have that authority, and we're going to approve that aspect. Or they may say, we don't like this, and we file a preliminary objection, then the agency has 45 days in order to fix that situation. And overwhelmingly, the agency is able to fix it in a way that meets the statutory content.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else that wishes to testify?
I'm not done, but you're shutting me off. But I will fight this because this will not work.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Is there anybody else that wishes to testify that is not already? I will close the public hearing for Senate Bill 358.
All right, let's, we have, yes, we were, yes.
The fire marshal is here, and his time is valuable. Can we perhaps do that one?
Okay, we have two bills that we must exec today, and since the fire marshal is here on Senate Bill 443, let's take that one up, and we'll resume the fight on 325 after the two early bills. Okay, Representative Pearson has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion on 443. It's ought to pass with amendment. I'll have to introduce an amendment to 443.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Representative Rhodes, and please introduce the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment is 1426H, as was just passed out to you guys. What the amendment does is it adds a similar intent of language into the duties of the state fire marshal, along with the overall bill, which handles the building code side of things. I think it's important that if we're going to have some checks and balances within the building code parts of things, we need to also have those in reference to the fire code as well. So what the amendment does is it adds, obviously, the part on line 12 that's in bold, that the local amendments must be reviewed by the state fire marshal prior to enforcement, that the fire marshal reviews those local codes to make sure that they're actually legitimate, and that the state fire marshal's office publishes those along with the state fire code. This will substantially help the transparency and the confusion that builders have and homeowners have between various communities, because right now there's not quite one-stop shopping here. And I think it's ridiculous that an electrician has to go through a massive amount of investigative work to figure out what's going to fly in Bedford, and then go over to Seabrook and go, oh man, okay, there's a local ordinance we didn't even know about. So this is, this will help to make that process easier, and also it will make things where they have since been vetted, and that you don't have a local official creating code that has not been adopted by any sort of legislative body.
Was there a second, Madam Chair?
Representative Rhodes seconded. Do you wish to speak to your second?
Representative Pearson covered it.
Okay. Representative Pearson, I have a small complaint about this amendment. It doesn't include the requirement that the legislative history be provided to the Building Code Board prior to enforcement, which was the subject of the previous amendment.
Say that again.
The amendment that I drafted, and you made this correction to the when we were trying to incorporate the fire code, was primarily done to have a requirement that the legislative history of a local building code change be submitted prior to enforcement. So it's at the end of section 4. There was a new clause, and this doesn't do that. Sorry.
The one I got from you in red was just inserting areas of the fire code after the building code, and the fire marshal can speak to why that he thinks that's problematic.
I understand that. Sorry. That was very important for the building code, and that's why we started with that. I apologize that it wasn't clear. All right. Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So this may be related, but in the original bill for the building code, there's various things, requiring when things need to be provided to the Building Code Review Board, but also timelines on when they have to respond, what happens if they don't respond in time, and under what circumstances the municipal code can be enforced. And I don't see any of that detail in the amendment with respect to the fire code.
Perhaps we should let the fire marshal speak to that. Marshal Toomey?
Good afternoon. Sean Toomey, the State Fire Marshal, for the record. So I know we've been working on this the last, I think, almost 24 hours, so I apologize if there's any clunkiness to the process. But the original bill that was presented in the Senate had some language on the fire code and a lot of language on the building code. And when we presented, the building code side and the fire code side had some complications on the process. And we all worked together to try to come up with something. For some reason, the fire code side fell off altogether, and the building code process got very specific on timelines and things like that. Representative Pearson reached out to me again yesterday and said, can we put the fire code stuff back in? And I said, sure. What we need to really do is make sure that the reviews would come to the fire marshal's office and make sure that it had been properly vetted through the local legislative process, that it wasn't, the intent is that it's not made up by the local inspector or the local fire chief, that it doesn't conflict with the state fire code or lessen the state fire code, and that we provide a publishing on our website so that it was available to everyone. So that one of the concerns that we find is that it's sometimes difficult to find local amendments all over the state. So we would have a link from our website, someone go to state fire code, here's the statewide amendments, here's the local amendments, and then they could follow it off properly. I think that I just found the draft amendment that Representative McGuire put together yesterday. It talks about the procedural history of local adoption relating to the published notice, public hearing, and vote of approval shall be submitted to the board within 30 days of an enactment or adoption and prior to enforcement. I have no issue with that being added in procedurally. If you guys feel it necessary to do that, I can definitely support that. One of the things that the Board of Fire Control was, the original thought was the Board of Fire Control would hear receive the amendments at the local level on the fire code issues. The problem is that board meets quarterly, and we don't want to slow down the process for the locals. The Building Code Review Board meets monthly. So the thought is that if it came directly to me as the fire marshal, that we could just do a quick administrative review and keep the process going. I guess that's why we didn't go with the very strict timelines as is in the Board of Fire Control, because this was more of an administrative review within the office. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any more additional information.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can understand the purpose for having your office review a proposed amendment so that it doesn't conflict and all that sort of thing. I do not understand the value of having local ordinances on your website. I think it seems to me like a lot of administrative back and forth. Anybody who's going to be doing any kind of building or renovation to a property is going to go to the local office to get their building permit and should not have a problem finding the appropriate amendments. So can you respond to that?
Absolutely, thank you. So one of the things that we've learned over the last couple of years is that the design professionals and the contractors are having trouble finding that information. So we have the state building code and the state fire code information on the Department of Safety and the state fire marshal's office website, and we just want to make it easier for the design professionals and contractors and anyone for that matter, that sort of a one-stop shop, so they can. It may simply be a link to the city of Manchester or Dover or the town of whatever town it happens to be, Pittsburgh, so that it's just it's based on feedback we've received from the industry in an attempt to make it a little bit easier.
Yes, it's the thing is that many times the local ordinances are not quite as easy to find as one would hope they would be. And the other issue is that in many cases, that I've heard, the ordinances are not actually officially adopted. The inspector just says, oh, well, in Bedford, we do it this way, and therefore you must do it that way or you won't get your certificate of occupancy. And so by having the local amendments available, the homeowner or whomever can say to the inspector, well, I don't see that requirement in your local ordinance, and it'll be more effective to settle it that way. Follow up.
Yeah. So I'm still having a hard time understanding why somebody who's going to do construction to a building can't find the local ordinance. And I'm just concerned about you get something in two places and they're not necessarily the same thing anymore. And do you have individuals that complain that they can't find the local ordinance, or is this something that you hear only from contractors?
I think the concern about it being in two spots is valid, and hopefully we can work to alleviate as much of that as possible. I'm sure it won't be perfect. We hear it a lot. Like, so this, especially in the smaller communities that don't have code, a lot of them don't have code enforcement. Better than roughly 50% of the state, is what we've been told, have no building officials. So it's very difficult for someone to go into the city hall, town hall, and ask for the information when they don't even have that official building code official doesn't even exist. So it's on the contractor to build it properly. But there may be some ordinance buried somewhere. The question is frequent, and it comes from the contracting world and the design professional world. It's something that through some of the study committees that we've had over the last couple of years trying to improve the code process, we continually hear that this is a challenge, and we're just trying to figure out a solution to minimize the obstacles, I guess, for lack of a better word, for the people trying to develop and build in the state.
Madam Chair, can I expand on that just a little bit?
Yes.
Representative Fellows, if you look at both lines 28 through 31 in the original bill, and this would be page 1, my apologies. And also page
Just-
1, 28, 29,
Yeah,
30.
So those are building codes,
All right.
which is where I developed my point that this is very convoluted back and forth. And, I didn't ask you this question because this says building code, but the notion that first you send a proposed amendment in for an advisory, evaluation, advisory opinion, and then assuming they say it's okay, you have to send it back again before you, I don't even know. It's so many back and forths. That's the problem.
So as far as the publishing and the referencing that in particular the fire code that the city fire marshals would have, there would be no surprises because the local amendments their office has to see. So a local community would not enact a local ordinance without them knowing about it. And that would keep, whether they use just referencing like a hyperlink or whatever in reference to that, or if they specifically outline it in some manner, there shouldn't be a situation where a local community adopted a local fire code ordinance without them knowing about it.
Yes.
Well, they can submit something for an advisory opinion. They can bring it to the people, and the people might say no, or the people might say yes. So
That's why there is a two-step process, because you want to make sure that what the people consider and vote on is technically accurate.
Right. But the part that I don't like is the idea that it has to reside with the state. That's the part that I don't like. The approval, I'm fine with that, but that it has to be stored by the state. The other thing I did, and I was nothing to do with fire codes, I didn't look at those. I did look at building codes. So I had to Google it. I didn't know it was under safety, but that's where it is. And I can see the international building codes, for buildings, for residential plumbing, blah, blah, blah. So I looked at the residential ones, and as a person who, I'm not going to be doing any additions to my property, but some people might, you can see those building codes. You cannot copy and paste them.
They're copyrighted, yes.
So I don't, if you want to, if the state wants to do something, if you're gonna make them put the ordinances there, it ought to be user friendly, which it's not. If you can't you know, you got to scroll down this thing. You can't search it. You can't copy and paste
Okay,
it.
well, that's,
So,
okay,
so I have several beefs.
well, that's fine, but to be honest, there are very few communities in the state that are actually going to make local ordinances and changes to the state building code or the state fire code. There are very few, and it's primarily going to be the cities. Holderness, I'm pretty sure, does not have any town-specific ordinances, and I know Epsom doesn't.
Holderness does not. I'm not 100% sure about Plymouth.
Plymouth might. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So it was brought up in a previous meeting of the committee, and I spoke with Mr. Rancourt about a statement that was made, I believe, by him with regard to the fact that certain size towns cannot make any change to the building code anyway, correct? Could that be restated for the committee's benefit in mind?
I believe that if a town does not have code enforcement, it cannot make changes to the state building code. Is that what you said, Mr. Rancourt? Yeah, which makes perfect sense.
Exactly. It does make perfect sense. But
And
it's important-
approximately two-thirds of the
important for
towns
everybody to
don't.
realize that all those towns are out of the fight, so to speak, with regard to making changes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's why I'm sure that my town does not have any local building code changes, as we don't have a code enforcement officer. The city of Dover might well, and you do have enforcement. I don't know. What? Okay, very good. So you might have specific city-specific building code amendments that you want to have enforced. And for the benefit of the people, this is such a small state that people who are located in Portsmouth are also likely to be working in Rochester and Dover, and probably Manchester and Derry as well. Anyway,
Most of the population of this state is in the bottom 25 miles above the Massachusetts border.
exactly. All right. Any other comments or concerns? Any questions for the fire marshal while we're here? All right.
So I've submitted to OLS your request for that inadvertent leaving out on the part of page 2, section
'Cause
4.
that's something that's
So I would,
important to the bill.
OLS is going to rewrite this amendment to include that at the bottom. The rest of it will stay the same. That's why the discussion continued. So,
All right.
so we'll have to wait for OLS to.
So you're talking about they're going to rewrite this with just like those extra 4 words at
Yes.
the bottom of
Yep.
section 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
line 28.
I'm still going to be not supporting. Thank you.
I can accept that. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just one quick question, and I'm not sure whether this can be done or not, where each amendment deals with different sections of the bill. Can we not adopt both amendments without having to have them made into one?
They've got to make one anyway for that. So I just had them just add it to this. So we just one-stop shopping, I guess. They've got to draft it anyway.
In some way, they would have to come up with an amendment to do that, because I asked for one and then we changed what we wanted, so
Okay.
we're going to need a different amendment.
Looking in time constraints as to whether or not they'd have this done quickly or not, and to move the process along.
I trust that that Representative Pearson expressed the urgency.
I expressed the urgency in it, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other discussion or debate on this amendment, presuming that we will get the final amendment with that additional line? Representative Blackus?
Thank you. I'm not quite sure exactly what that additional line will be.
It's at the end of section 4.
It's line 28 on page 2.
Page, well, 28 just says or adoption, but
Right. You replace the period with a comma and say, and prior to enforcement.
oh, so the change will be on that
Section
line,
4, yes.
not the amendment. Okay.
No, the The amendment from Representative Pearson starts after that,
Yeah.
so I'm sure they'll figure out a way to make it as confusing as possible.
So the amendment, this part of the existing amendment, we're not expecting to change at all.
No.
Just add to it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
I think procedurally we'll have to withdraw 1426.
Oh my God. Okay.
Sorry, Jackie.
I trust you got plenty of forms. This is becoming a much.
Well, I don't
messy-
even know. Okay.
Well, fine.
Hang on a second. Okay, this is the right one. Okay.
All right. Yes.
I
Okay.
can just scratch it out and
We will postpone this at least to deal with the other bill, which I don't believe has any amendments.
325,
No.
438.
438.
Wait, I have an amendment for that.
Good. Senate Bill 438. Representative Santonastasso, you have a motion.
Okay, hang on.
Yes, motion in expedient to legislate for Senate Bill 438.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Lekis. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. This is just this bill, adds protectionism into the law that's for special interest, as far as steel production. I guess Canada subsidizes their steel in some way by with electricity or whatever. So for us to respond to that by subsidizing our steel with taxpayer money doesn't seem like an appropriate solution.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. And one of the arguments for this was that there would be some sort of a multiplier effect because the money would be spent locally. But if the money is left with the taxpayers, they're going to spend it somehow as well, which is also going to support local jobs, businesses, and whatever. So I don't think that's a terribly effective argument. And in general, we shouldn't be doing this sort of thing, is my view. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that it's appropriate for ITL because we're essentially giving the industry a blank check with this bill. That we had no information from anyone in the state procurement offices or public works as to how many contracts are involved and what kind of a cost impact it might be expected to be. We're allowing the total contract to increase by 25% when the steel is maybe 10% of the total contract. If I understand the math correctly, an unscrupulous producer could triple the cost to the steel, and there'd be no excuse not to accept that bid. I'm not saying they would, but it's possible. That's what the numbers would work out. And I don't like the criminal penalties. I don't like the restrictions on capacity. And I don't know what we're getting in response for this extra money. The steel producers say they can't compete on price, but can they compete on quality or delivery or reliability or something like that? And if so, what kind of a trade-off do we get? We don't know because we don't have any information on it. Representative Pearson, you had a comment?
I do. Thank you. Couple things with this. I'm curious as to what that Representative Grotto's amendment looks like, first of all. Secondly, 23 states are already doing this. And my concern is that we have effectively now since the 1970s pushed almost all of our industry out of the United States. You couldn't have dreamed up a more colossal conundrum than what we've done. And as a glowing example of this problem is the fact that the auto industry has come to a screeching halt because we don't have anybody that makes chips in this country anymore. My town, my district had Hadco, a massive circuit board manufacturing facility. It's gone. So we have we have security implications in a lot of things now that we have just surrendered to overseas markets. And where does this stop? I mean, right now there was some discussion I heard about, well, the federal government should just put tariffs on steel. They do. There are tariffs on steel at the federal level until you drill a hole in the steel. And the second you drill a hole in the steel, now it is something that is engineered, and it's literally a loophole. Literally a loophole that the Chinese are using to dump mass quantities of steel right through a tariff into this country. And I'm just, enough's enough with this. This is, we're basically just destroying our industries one at a time in this country, and I'm done with it. So I think that I don't support the ITL. I think if an interim study would seem logical here in this case, but certainly not an ITL. And like I said, I'm curious as to what Representative Grote's amendment looks like.
Representative Marsh,
Yes, I can't support ITL either. I think this bill ought to pass. I speak from this personally. I grew up in the Steel City in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Vice Chairman Rhodes knows the Steel City. We used to have blast furnaces and fabrication plants lining the rivers, and some, the surrounding towns were where the fabrication was done, including Butler, which was mentioned as near where I grew up. They also made railroad cars in Butler. To see what's happened to the blue collar workers in that community as industry has left is truly sad. They don't have the good jobs that they used to have. And as Representative Pearson says, enough is enough. We need to be able to protect our existing industries from really non-competitive practices where their industry is subsidized in foreign countries, including China. So I cannot support an ITL motion.
Okay, Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too will not support the ITL motion. I think we all know American products are quality products. We look at some of the stuff we get from other countries, China, any of the other countries, and we look at it and we know right away it's not American made. I have faith in the American product, and I have faith in the American steel, and I'm going to vote against the ITL so that we can have another motion. And I believe there will be an amendment coming forward removing the 25%, which I think will make this an even better bill to support.
Actually, Representative Goldie, if you remove that limit, there is no way that the state could object to any price for American steel, regardless. So Representative Bailey and then Allegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If New Hampshire was to impose its own tariff on Canada, it would be almost as if we had declared independence.
Thank you. Actually, Representative Lekis, did I recognize you to speak?
Not yet.
Oh, please do then, sorry.
And with that last one, I think I have a problem with remembering my point. I may come back to it, sorry.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Representative Allegro.
I can't top that one. But I actually started off on the other side of this fence. I agree with every sentiment of everyone who's spoken so far. It's true, including the most recent comments. But it's also true that we were, I think, presented with some hollow testimony about economic multipliers and things like that. As Representative Lekis points out, when money stays in the consumer's pocket and then is spent locally, it has its own multiplier effect. I can't help but feel that that this is a job that needs to be done by way of trade agreements at the federal level. So I would support the ITL, but there's also a great deal of merit, I think, in the interim study model.
Okay, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Regarding the assumption of quality, American being better, I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with that, but I mean, that's something that the procurement people can take into account. I mean, they don't have to take the lowest bid if it's going to be not meet the quality requirements just based on cost. So I don't think that feeds into this. Thank you.
Representative Broda.
Thank you. I will be voting against ITL and against interim studies should that motion happen. I think that there are 4 large fabricators in New Hampshire who hire significant number of people, and those people work for those industries in supplying product to New Hampshire when they can. My amendment does remove the 25%, and I disagree with Representative McGuire in that it makes the bill ineffective because they can't compete. Because there are other reasons that the state can. There are other exceptions in the bill that the state can use to exempt. This puts New Hampshire businesses on a level playing field, and to think that it's a subsidy is inaccurate in my estimation. Thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Yeah, just the amendment that you're talking about, are you going to take out 4 altogether? Did you consider making 25%?
Well, we can't debate the amendment until we are
see it?
ready to. Right now, we're discussing ITL.
Okay.
And you can't amend a bill when you're considering ITL. Representative Pearson, did you have another comment?
I do. I'm just thinking about, what we're doing right now. Local communities in the state of New Hampshire offers tax incentives for different industries to come into the state right now. We already do that. So this is really not that far off the lines of some of the things that the state has does to incentivize. I can think of in particular the Walmart warehouse in Raymond. There was substantial tax breaks that were given to them for a decade to put that facility in New Hampshire versus another state. So we kind of already play that game in a slightly different way. The other thing too, just thinking about as a hot rod guy, the auto industry, and I mean, I appreciate the fact that the Japanese automakers have put plants in Tennessee and the Carolinas and all that. But at the end of the day, the final ultimate profit buck still goes back to Japan. So I'm very concerned again about the manufacturing and the various industries that we are just forcing out. And steel as in a specific example here is something we use to build the Navy. So I know that's more of a outside necessarily the borders of New Hampshire, but just as a general rule, this is a road we've been going down way too long.
Representative Schmidt.
So I won't be supporting the ITL motion because I think the answer to a number of the questions that have been raised is to interim study the bill so that we get those questions answered. I don't like the idea, tariffs for one thing were mentioned. Who pays the tariffs? It's not the foreign countries that pay the tariffs, it's the American consumers who pay the tariffs. So that was a convenient misrepresentation by a certain former person with regard to tariffs being the answer. The answer is we don't know enough about the totality of this. This is not the Commerce Committee where we deal with such issues on a regular basis. And I think we should definitely not go ITL because it's kind of a slap in the face at the very least that we have questions that we don't even get answered before we make a final decision.
Representative Broda.
I also want to remind the committee that this is going to finance, and that since this is a state issue, they can decide whether or not the state can afford it. And lastly, believe me, as we've seen in other hearings, had departments involved with the state been interested in this, they would have testified. So we didn't hear from them, and that silence is telling. Thank you.
Yeah, I will say that I did reach out to the administrative services in their procurement department, and the person I spoke to said, yes, well, we buy steel, but at a grand total of $600,000 or $700,000 a year. So it wouldn't fall under the purview of this bill, and I have been unable to reach the people in transportation or public works that would be making larger contracts. Representative Fellows.
Yes, that was one of my thoughts, that the state of New Hampshire rarely builds a whole building that would require this amount of steel. But we do have coming up, hopefully, a new parking garage, which I assume will have lots of steel in it.
Well, I certainly hope so.
And so then that kind of makes me wonder about the effective date, because this says effective January 23. So, well, that's probably good. We could, if we pass this, we could hopefully be saying that we want our parking garage built with American steel, because I don't think they'd start before then, but I don't know. That would be interesting to know. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Judy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to support ITL. The reason why, because I don't want to close the business doors here in New Hampshire. Because what we are doing here in America, I would like to see it stay in America. Because I remember one of the owner, they were talking about overseas. They are the one who making money on top of us. So I cannot support ITL because I don't want those owners to close their doors. Thank you.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So there was some discussion about, well, in Canada, they pay the light bills for the businesses and they pay the health insurance for the employees and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is the exact reason why I actually want to support this bill, is because the businesses that are here do have to pay their electric bills. And because we are fantastic, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword for the employers. But yes, they do have to pay health insurance if they have people that work over a certain amount of hours. And it has to stop somewhere, and we have to also start somewhere. We have to start getting this back. And I didn't realize until Representative Pearson told us, I don't know how many states are already doing such things, but it's a rippling effect. And I just in good conscience cannot sit here and say, and say no. I just can't do that. And I just think I need to be on the record to say that. I can't.
Yes, Representative Pearson.
Thank you. I sit on the State Procurement Commission, and we've never specifically addressed steel, but I will note that one of the sponsors of this bill, Senator Carson, is the chairman of the State Procurement Commission.
Yes. Yes, well, my concern is that as the people who testified told us in the hallway after the hearing, that there's a policy decision here on how much more we want to pay for steel to support their businesses. And clearly it was the people whose businesses would benefit from this bill that showed up to testify. They were all people in the iron business who expected to get contracts that would be, so that they would be able to deal with cheaper foreign competition. And those are the people who showed up. And we're asking the taxpayers to come up with more money, we don't know how much, to place business with these companies rather than others, or to tilt the playing field towards them so that they can get more contracts. And I'm opposed to that, and I'm very, very strongly opposed to doing it when we don't know how much money is involved.
Madam Chair, I have a question in reference to the restrictions in this bill.
Yes.
The 4 or 5 entities that came to us that exist in the state of New Hampshire, I would presume would all be bidding on these jobs, but this doesn't really force it to be a New Hampshire only, right?
No,
It could be a firm from Mass or Maine or
Mass
so-
or Maine or
okay.
or from Chicago or
right.
or
So
Pittsburgh,
so
for heaven's
so
sakes.
there will not be a lack of bidders to these jobs. This is not funneling into a single entity monopoly. There will still be the bidding process and all that, right?
Yes. Yes, Representative Blackus.
Thank you. As as mentioned, the only people testifying were in the people in the business and supporting it, and it's the classic problem of concentrated benefits and diffuse costs. There are a limited number of businesses that would benefit from this. We just heard from the ones in New Hampshire, but there there's going to be some.
One was from Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you. But the people that are going to be paying the price are the individual taxpayers, and I mean, for the most part, they're probably not aware of this at all, and the amount each would be affected would be small enough that it doesn't make sense for them to come in and testify, against it, but it does add up across all of them. So I think, as the representatives of those taxpayers, I see it as my job to represent them and protect them in situations like this. Thank you.
Representative Broder.
I think that the New Hampshire residents would be rather surprised to find that the things that are built in New Hampshire is not using, first of all, New Hampshire providers, and second of all, American steel. I think that is a misunderstanding that people have in New Hampshire, and I think taxpayers would need to know that. And I can't believe that anyone in this room is going to think that costs of things are going to skyrocket because we're passing this bill. We don't know, but we're speculating there's going to be a large amount, and I think that's an inappropriate comment to make.
Representative Kubovich.
This is mostly a question, I think, but we keep talking about American steel, but the source of steel is not local. It's not American. It's only the manufacturing, right? The reshaping of it.
This bill specifies that the steel in question be smelted and made in America. It doesn't say in New Hampshire because there are no smelters in New Hampshire.
Okay, that's my follow-up. Yeah, if I may follow up, then I would feel uneasy since we don't mention New Hampshire here, I'm not sure we're benefiting New Hampshire companies, because they could come from elsewhere, Chicago, anywhere. So maybe that's a correction that needs to be made at least. So thank you.
Representative Marsh.
Yes, I want to share that I pressed the people who testified pretty hard as to the source of their raw material, and we finally got some answers that they're mostly using smelters where they don't have recycled steel. They're using smelters from down south, such as Alabama. So that was the source of the steel.
Thank you for that information. Any other comments or discussion? Yes, Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to the asking the taxpayers to, to come up with more money. I believe every single day there's somebody, whether it's at a local select board meeting, it's a school board meeting, or here in the legislature or the Senate, that somebody is asking the taxpayers to come up with some more money for something, whether it's, it's necessarily a pet project or something to this scale. But every single day we're asking people to come up with money that we all are not going to necessarily agree with. But I do know personally, when I go into the store and I see something that's marked made from China or marked from USA, even if I'm paying 20 cents more, $1 more, I personally tend to buy that. So again, I'm just going to stick with it has to stop and start someplace.
Representative Bailey.
I would just sort of comment that a choice of that is your personal choice, whereas here we're deciding what the taxpayers will pay for a price, what price they will pay. And I don't think that is our personal choice.
Mm-hmm. Representative Lanzara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the topic is a double-edged steel, so I'm basically, I can see both sides. But I will be voting against the ITL.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. In that case, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 438, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
No.
Representative Piedemonte, Representative.
No.
Thank you. Representative Pearson,
No.
Representative Yakubovich,
No.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
No.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
I'm sorry, hang on a minute. I did that wrong. Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Jeudi,
Non, madame.
Representative Schmidt,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
oops, Representative Marsh,
No.
Representative Fontenot,
No.
Representative Grote votes no. Representative O'Brien
No.
and the chair.
Yes.
So it is 4-15.
One more.
Oh.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Four
Representative Lanzara.
No.
Thanks.
No. Oh, I am so sorry. So that's 3. I made a mistake.
It's
3,
4.
4-16.
4-6. No, it can't be.
Please add the numbers. I heard 4 names saying yes.
I heard, okay, these are the people that I have as yes. Representative McGuire, Representative Lekis, and Representative Bailey. Is
And
there-
Representative Santonastaso.
that's how I got mixed up. Okay.
4.
It's 4-15.
Okay, fine.
Excuse me for that.
That's fine. We like to make sure our numbers are correct. Representative Pearson, you have a motion? The ITL motion failed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was about to make a motion, if I may.
Go for
I'll, I'll no, it's
No.
I'll accede to Representative Pearson.
I'm dying to hear what you have to say.
The idea of interim study was floated, and I think that's a reasonable alternative. So I'd like to move it to interim study.
Okay, Representative Allegro moves interim study. Is there a second? Representative Schmidt. Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I think the last 25 minutes of discussion spoke to it. And it was brought up, and it's a reasonable motion, I think, and we need to know more about this and consider it more deeply, I think.
Representative Schmidt, you wish to speak to your
Amen.
second? Okay, Representative Marsh, you wish to speak?
Yes, I don't support interim study either. I've, for my entire lifetime, watched the death of the steel industry in my hometown. I can't support doing nothing on this issue, so I will oppose this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Goldstein?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too will oppose the interim study. I think the time to act is now, and it's time to buy American. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, the motion is interim study by Representative Allegro, seconded by Representative Schmidt. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
I'm going to go no. This time.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
No.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
No.
Representative Schuett,
No.
Representative Jeudi,
Non, madame.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Fontenot.
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative O'Brien,
No.
then the chair.
Yes.
9 to 10. Motion fails. Madam Chair, I would
It's,
like to
tea
move.
time,
I
or
would
Miller
like
time.
to make a motion.
Representative Grodin has a motion.
I would like to offer to House Bill 438, Amendment 1422. And I will circulate it to the committee. It removes the subparagraph 4 referring to the 25%. Give him 2. Here you go.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Representative Marsh.
Question?
Yes.
So we're introducing an amendment, but we're not voting on anything yet, correct? Except to attach the amendment.
Correct. Correct. The motion is ought to, they're coming around. Her motion was ought to pass, and she presented the amendment, and we will vote on the amendment prior to ought to pass.
Okay, let me get a piece of, I need to get a voting piece of paper. Some more. I think Representative Bailey, could you please, okay, he's gonna, I made 25 copies.
Tony, you need a copy of the bill. Representative Speedmonte, you need a copy of the bill.
There should be one of them.
Representative Broda, you wish to speak to your your amendment?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1422 removes the subparagraph referring to the 20%, 25% increase in the allowable increase in costs as an exception to a waiver from purchasing. And this was, as discussed during the ITL motion, a concern to many people because they felt that it would add padding to the quotes. And therefore I removed that. And should the Department of the DAS find, they can also find a waiver upon being inconsistent with public service, public interest, which could refer to the cost, and also is not produced and fabricated in the United States and insufficient. Those would be the two, and also it's not fabricated that would be in public interest. So the public interest is still part of this bill, and therefore could include cost as a public interest if the price is out of line with what the community can afford. That was a very long explanation. I apologize.
Representative Marsh, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes, I want to say that putting into statute a bidding process where up to a 25% premium is allowed is the practical guarantee that you'll get 24.5% bids on your contract. So that should not go into statute. And I agree entirely with Representative Grota that the first point, that application of the project would be inconsistent with the public interest, gives them plenty of leeway to put through waivers when necessary.
Representative Lakis.
I understand that the argument about not putting the 25 in because it would attract such bids, but public interest is pretty fuzzy, and since we're already indicating that we're willing to provide subsidies, I mean, the question is what's the threshold for the DAS to claim it's inconsistent with the public interest? You could argue any bump in price is inconsistent with the public interest, and given that we removed it, I'm not sure under what circumstances they would be able to claim that. I'm not comfortable with this.
Representative Pearson and then Fellows.
Because I'm truly trying to digest what the removal of 4 means. To me, it looks like it gives the Department of Administrative Services now a greater ability to waive this. Because you had this 25% more criteria. Well, that's essentially gone away. So now this would give the Department of Administrative Services greater flexibility to not follow this. So I don't think this makes it more difficult. I think it makes it easier for the state to say, now we're going with something else.
Thank you, Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, if I were going to make an amendment, I would take the 25% and make it lower. But that's aside for now. And I would just respond to Representative Lekis that if you look on line 18, it says, so assume that the 25% comes out. It says, in granting a waiver, the department shall consider all appropriate factors, including any cost. So but they'll have to explain why they did it. So they can say, the cost is, $100,000 higher, and that's why we're going to grant a waiver and go with foreign steel. But they have to say why. That makes them say why.
Okay, anyone else? I agree with Representative Fellows that that the more appropriate thing to do would be to say steel is a small part of these contracts, therefore it should only increase the total cost by 2% or something like that. But that's not what we're discussing. Anyone else have a comment? All right, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1422H. Our clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Can we please start over? I think I'm right, but I don't know why this is so difficult. This is the first time I've ever done this, and I apologize. Okay. Representative Rhodes, I have yes. Representative Piedemonte, I have yes. Representative Pearson, I have yes. Oh, I think this is okay. Representative Yakubovich, I have no. Representative Lekis, I have no. Representative Allegro, I have no. Representative Bailey, I have no. Representative Lanzara, I have yes. Representative Santonastaso, I have no. Representative Goley, I have yes. Okay, Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Jourdi.
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt.
You stepped out.
Okay. Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontner.
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I am so sorry. Then the chair votes no. Okay, so I have one, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 no's. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I have 12 yeses. So the bill
The amendment
is
is
passed,
adopted, and Representative Grote, you move ought to pass with amendment?
Yes, I do. I move OTPA.
And is it that seconded?
Yes.
Okay, moved by Representative Grote, seconded by Representative Marsh. Do we need any further discussion?
I think we've beaten it to death.
I tend to agree. All right, in that case, not seeing any hands, the motion is ought to pass with amendment, and the clerk can call the roll.
Okay. Let me see. Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Jourdi.
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt is not here. Okay. Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontner.
Yes.
Representative Grote votes yes. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay. And the chair.
No.
So it is 13 yes, 5 nays, and 1 no vote. So the bill passes OTPA.
Fine, I don't think this should go on consent.
And,
Okay, is someone going to write a minority report?
If Tony doesn't mind, I'd like to write the minority report.
Okay, Representative Santonastaso will write a minority report.
The recommendation from you will be ITL, correct?
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna noodle all this out after.
All right.
Do you
So that's
want-
that one. Do we have your amendment, Representative? No. Okay. Well, if we don't have the amendment for House Bill 433, let's move back to our debate on Senate Bill 325, where we had been, which had an ought to pass motion by Representative Pearson, second by Representative Schuett. 325, local, all right, give everyone a moment to remember Representative Schuett.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the comment that this committee, and in fact, the full House, voted last year in favor of House Bill 356, I believe it was, that recognized public works employees as part of the first responder team in certain circumstances for the fact of granting them death benefits if they're killed in one of those circumstances. So I think that certainly shows the argument that public works employees who are on the scene of emergencies should qualify.
Well, I'd like to comment that there doesn't appear to be much discrepancy with including, or much difficulty to anyone with including public works employees. It's the whole long list of other people that are not normally considered first responders. Representative Fellows.
So I'm not sure that I got it right, but I tried to look up in the RSAs and under Homeland Security to see what this would impact, because this is just a definition of first responders. And I only came up, it only found one word, one place where it said first responder, which didn't have anything, really didn't have any impact at all. So.
Okay. Representative Allegro and then Lekis and then Schuett again.
Yeah, I too tried to look up the definition of first responders, and I found it in about a half a dozen regular dictionaries, and words do have meaning, and also in a Department of Labor document. And I saw definitions like a person such as a police officer or EMT who is among those responsible for going immediately to the scene of an accident or emergency, blah, blah, blah. A person employed in the public sector, EMT, firefighter, police, volunteer EMS. a police officer, firefighter, EMT. A military-related website said they're the first to arrive and help at emergency scenes. Department of Labor lists a bunch of criteria and detectives, deputy sheriffs. So they're a little bit more expansive. Police officers, highway patrol officers, and so on. They include those definitions, those positions under first responders. I think that we could go on expanding and expanding and expanding, and we're just changing the meaning of the English in the English language. And at the moment, it may not have implications for benefits and insurance and all kinds of stuff like that. But, you know, clearly, if the Department of Labor is defining it, well, all of those implications are to be included at some point.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I think we heard earlier, I may not have the words exactly right, but basically it's a symbolic or recognizing. And I mean, I don't have any huge concerns about this, but I don't really see any serious value in it. And so I intend to vote against the OTP just on that. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would further point out that during the pandemic, we heard about ambulances lined up bringing patients who, in fact, many of whom were dying of COVID to emergency rooms, and the nurses, doctors, people at the hospitals who were receiving those patients, I would say, were acting under emergency conditions as first responders.
And anyone else? We're all back up to speed on this one? Okay. In that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Pearson, and the clerk call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Jurdi.
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt.
Aye.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The vote is, oh, on the chair. I bet you, what would you like?
I don't know. I haven't decided on this one.
We amend House rules so that the clerks get a little shock collar maybe for the chairs to remind them.
I think we should thank the clerk.
Actually, just redo the sheet so that so that I'm at the bottom. But in this case, I think I will vote yes for this symbolic bill.
Okay. The vote is 15-4.
All right. Representative Pearson, I will expect your committee report at your very earliest convenience.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there going to be a minority report? All right, Representative Allegro, I take it your recommendation would be ITL? Okay.
So this is.
So, Madam
not
Chair, I have a
voting.
procedural question in reference to fixing our problem here
Yes.
with this other bill. You filed amendment that is still, that deals with part 4. My amendment deals with part 5. Could we not as a committee adopt both amendments and then OLS will
Do
come?
we have both of them?
Well, yours exists and mine exists because you emailed us yours.
Oh,
So they do both exist.
yes, I
So-
think we
okay,
can.
so then that'll take care of that.
It being a deadline.
Okay, so 325 is not on consent, correct? The 15-4.
No, that's not on consent.
So do we have Pearson's amendment?
Yes.
We do. He gave it to us. It's right.
All right, so
Okay, so which amendment do we want to adopt? We had started with the amendment
we should finish
1422.
your amendment since OLS is being delayed.
Yeah, we're not going to need OLS at this point.
Okay. We are through with Senate Bill 325. And we still have Senate Bill 358,
443.
433.
443.
443. God, I should not be doing my taxes tonight, that's for sure.
That's true.
Okay, so we are considering the amendment from Representative Pearson.
Yes, it was.
And due to technical difficulties, we will then consider my amendment.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, since both of these amendments deal with a different part, we've confirmed with House staff about this.
No, it is 1426. That's the the First Amendment is Amendment 1426H, which Representative Pearson passed around earlier.
Yes.
It deals with Section 5.
Yep.
Okay.
So we did have discussion with this. The state fire marshal has weighed in on his concerns, or not his concerns, how this makes the world better for him and in his office. And we did hear from Representative Fellows and as to her concerns as well. That's kind of the score,
Okay.
if you're keeping score, that's kind of where we are.
Yes. Back to, I think it's the third inning on this one. So does anyone else wish to comment on this amendment? Representative Fellows?
Just to add to what I previously said, that I think it's like way too much bureaucracy and a burden on the local communities. Also, I would like to point out that on the fiscal note, that there's a cost of $72,000 to do this because somebody wants a position.
Yes, the
to
cost
manage the
is within the
bureaucracy.
Department of Safety and the Building Control Board to oversee this.
Can I add to this?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also in discussions with the state fire marshal, as some of you may or may not be aware, the state agencies go through a period of review. I'm going to butcher this, but tech review, we'll call it, to update your websites. And you guys seem to be kind of near the on-deck circle right now anyway. So what a great time to make a couple of changes to their website when they're already up for an overhaul through the normal scheduling process of this. So
How
that's not
convenient, it
gonna-
might cost less than the,
amazingly timely.
one never knows, does one? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. Actually, my concern is that the process may be a little too simple, but there is a more detailed process laid out for building codes. I would have preferred a similar process here for the fire codes, but given the circumstances, I will support this.
I'd like to comment there are probably far fewer amendments to the fire code than the building codes. Which would make it less critical that we specify a detailed process. Because I mean, I've actually never heard of anyone talking about an amendment to the fire code, but there must be some.
And that's part of where this problem lies, is that the actual appropriate procedure locally to go through your local legislative process of formally adopting seems to not really occur. And
Well, then no wonder we don't know about them.
and because of that, we have rogue bureaucrats, in essence, creating things that don't really exist. So, you can't just make this stuff up on the fly anymore. That's never been okay, and it certainly not going to be okay moving forward.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. That's actually why I'm, even though with some concern, I'm willing to support it, because ad hoc rules are not legitimate, and I'd like to see that change. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. The motion is to adopt Amendment 1426 to Senate Bill 443, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte,
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastazo,
Yes.
Representative Goli,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Jeudi,
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative O'Brien
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
Yay, 19-0.
All right, we have an amendment recommended. And do you have the number of that amendment? Yes. Okay, Representative Goldie moves amendment,
Yep. That will be amendment 2022-1388H.
all right, and I'll second that.
Okay. She sent it to you by email.
Sorry.
Okay, so just a moment. Who made that motion? I'm sorry.
Representative Goldie made that motion because he had the number, and I seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Goldie, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just pulled it up briefly, and correct me if I'm wrong, the only change I see is adding at the end of, on page 2 of the bill, line 28, where it says, or adoption, the words and prior to enforcement are added. And that is the only change to that section.
That was the recommendation of both the Building Control Board and the industry people who were testifying to the bill. And what it does is it ensures that after the technical review, the actual the board knows that the amendment has been properly adopted by the local jurisdiction before it's enforced. Any other comments? Discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1388 to Senate Bill 443 in addition to 1426. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Jody.
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Groder votes yes. Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
19-0. Oh, and the chair. I would say yes,
Yes.
but you go ahead, okay? It's 19.
Yes, the amendment is adopted 19-0. Representative Pearson?
Okay, so that's going to put us in, I'm going to move auto pass with the following two amendments, 1388H and 1426H.
Okay.
Second.
Representative Goldie seconds, okay, with both amendments.
Right, I just sent him an email, tell him to disregard, they're all set.
That's right.
Yeah.
I said I think they were all shut down.
Yeah, we got that figured out. Thank you, though.
Yes, we will need the final amendment before it goes into the calendar, but they've got 24 hours on that. Representative Pearson, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The aside from the two little tweaks that we did, you know, we heard from the players in this game, and we have a long history of some frustrations with how things have gone in the past, and this will smooth some of that out. So I think that this is going to work. And I think this is going to work not only just for the contractors, because we don't certainly just represent them, but I think it's going to work for Joe Homeowner too. So I'm certainly in favor of this change and in tightening up what we're doing.
Representative Goldie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a big step forward in the codes, and I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to appreciate this change.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like to comment that this was a recommendation of the Study Committee on Building Codes, and keeping track of the municipal amendments has always been a hassle. And this does not require any municipality to go back and readopt its current amendments, nor to send any of its current amendments to the Building Code Review Board. However, with the state building code changing, it's likely that many of them will do so anyway. So this is very timely in that regard. And I hope you support it. Anyone else? No, Representative Schmidt is not saying anything. In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendments, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Piedemonte,
Yes.
Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goli,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Jerde, Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Faulkner,
Yes.
Representative Grote votes yes, Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
It's 18-1.
Okay. The motion passes 18-1. Does anyone object to consent? No? Okay, we will put this one on consent. And the report is due no later than tomorrow. Okay, and while we're on a roll, I would like to make a motion on Senate Bill 230, which is the practice of body art. And I would move interim study because we're already looking at another bill regarding new licensure for establishments. That one's on the licensure of massage establishments. And I think that we need to look at them together because the issues are very much the same. Okay. Okay, so Representative Lekis got there first. All right. Representative Lekis, do you wish to speak to it? Interim study on Senate Bill 230.
No, you covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Any, give everyone a motion to shuffle their papers, and then we'll see if anyone has a comment.
Yep.
Any comments or discussion? Representative Fontenot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question first, the bill regarding massage, is that currently in interim study?
It is. It was a House bill. It's an interim study, and we plan to look at it because when we were working on it in subcommittee, one suggestion was that we should just give OPLC, inspection authority to just to verify license status. But when we asked them for some language to do so, they came up with a lot of bureaucracy and rather expensive as well. And since the problems are concentrated in the cities and the larger towns, requiring statewide licensure of the establishments needs to be looked at very hard.
Thank you.
Anyone? That's right, you weren't there when we were discussing that. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. In that case, the motion is interim study on Senate Bill 230, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Sytek. Representative Piedemonte.
Yes.
Oh my God. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Goli,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Jerde,
Oui, madame.
Representative Schmidt. He's not here. Okay. Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Faulkner,
Yes.
Representative Groter votes yes, Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes.
Okay, it's 18.
Does anyone object to consent? Seeing none, okay, that will go on consent. 18 to 0.
18 to 0.
Representative Schmidt was out of the room when the question was called. Okay.
So here are the ones that we haven't passed. This one's going to subcommittee. This one's going to subcommittee. What about House Bill 330? Where is that? Oh, this is the one
Senate
about.
Bill 330, we need an amendment. Representative Holohan amendments. Does anyone else have another bill that
Yes.
they think is ready for exec? Yes.
I do. I'd like to make a motion to auto pass on Senate Bill 357.
Second, Madam Chair.
Senate Bill 357, please remind us of the topic.
Mental health training for first responders. She already did.
Second, Representative Schuett, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. As I mentioned previously in my testimony, I sit on the PTSD Commission, and the commission is the author of this, having been filed by Senator Birdsell. This continues the commission. This is not one of those derelict commissions that exist on paper that the speaker has to figure out somebody to sit on. This commission is quite active. It does meet monthly, and its work is ongoing. As we discussed earlier, the simple changing of the date wouldn't quite work because when you write a bill for a commission, the bills indicate what the purpose and scope of the commission is, and that as an ongoing commission is it's a little bit fluid and has tweaked a little bit so that the language can just kind of stay where it is. The biggest thing here with this is actually, hold on one second.
I thought
This is not early, right?
No.
I have an amendment I need to draft to this, so I got to withdraw that motion because I'm not I'm looking at my
I was going to
notes.
ask you what about the dispatchers and
Yeah.
making clear that it's not required.
So I did something brilliant, and I have 2 copies of the same bill and made notes on both of them and didn't combine them together. So
I trust they will be, the final result will be similar.
congratulations, Pearson.
All right.
So yeah, I gotta write a quick amendment on this. So I'm gonna withdraw. Sorry.
All right, that motion is withdrawn.
That sound effect is amazing. Whoever just did that.
Oh, I didn't realize that
Anyone else have one that they think is ready?
I have a question of the chair.
Yes.
The amendment that I have on 330, do you feel that's non-germane? Or, I mean, it's sort of germane, it's,
No, she wants to add an oversight committee to Senate Bill 330.
yeah, and we're altering the.
Do you
the
have
one
a
study.
number?
Yes, I have
Okay,
25
we will,
copies of the amendment.
we will,
actually.
we'll add a hearing for it.
Yeah. The OPLC oversight.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something that we. Senate Bill 330
Bill
has a study
330.
committee on OPLC, and some of it's germane and some of it is not, so.
Madam Chair, I believe there was also some discussion as to an amendment, perhaps in reference to Senate Bill 330, pulling this entire boxing and wrestling commission out of the OPLC.
Okay, so it sounds like we're not quite ready to exec that unless you wanted to discuss it.
I don't have there's no amendment draft unless Representative Dooley's done it.
Oh,
Okay, so it's not ready.
somewhere, I think. Thank you. All right. That's the thing is that the first part, which is the amendment on revising the study committee, is perfectly germane.
Right.
The second oversight committee.
Is that in this bill too?
What's that? All right. I'm not sure if, yeah, this is, it seems germane to me, because this is a bill about about the operation of the OPLC, and already includes an oversight. It already includes a study committee on the operations.
Certainly on topic, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I just
Yeah, Representative Rhoda.
I just thought as a commission, I mean, as a committee, we felt uncomfortable, at least I do, of putting boxing and wrestling under OPLC because they don't issue any licenses for that. And I think we should look at it. I think it's better suited under the lottery group rather than OPLC. And I don't, this amendment is fine other than that. I think
Okay.
it's important that we take that out of OPLC. I just don't, it has no place in there, I don't think.
I'm not following. Sorry, I was concentrating on some.
Oh,
other
that's
things.
okay, Representative Stewart. I just mentioned that your amendment keeps the Boxing and Wrestling Commission in OPLC.
I did discuss that with the chair, and she felt that we could make that deletion if we chose to.
That's correct.
So, yeah, that's.
They were independent
That's
sections.
fine.
So, okay.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. What's that? Do you want to talk about what the amendment
Yeah,
does?
let's, Representative Goldie, you have a comment, or?
No, I was just going to question if we were just discussing the amendment right now. Obviously, this is not ready for an exec session because of the original bill that needs the boxing commission removed out of it. But I was just questioning where we are and where we're at.
Well, at the moment, we're discussing this amendment. I wouldn't want it to be declared non-germane if we don't hold a hearing on it. So I want to confirm that before we accept it.
Okay.
But
that's fine.
we could take a look at it since we're here. And we also want to take a straw poll on whether or not we want to take out moving the Boxing and Wrestling Commission, because that's a separate issue. Yes, Representative Schmidt.
So who is driving this move to put the boxing commission in OPLC as opposed to where it is now?
That's a very good question. We have two problems. Yes. The first problem is that the Committee on Legislative Administration deleted the administrative attachment of the Boxing and Wrestling Commission to the Secretary of State. So that at the moment, they don't report to, they're not attached to anybody.
That bill was
Is
heard in
it-
the Senate 2 weeks ago.
I'm fine with pulling it out because I think even though it definitely is kind of an odd duck, I think you could make an argument for it, but there's certainly some opposition and it's been working this way. Is there a problem with it being under the Secretary of State?
I don't know if there's a problem or not, but when I was sitting in on Senate ED&A, as we typically do with House bills, just in case they need introduction, and this was introduced in Senate ED&A, and I'm looking at a colleague that was sitting next to me going, I've never heard of this. And it really should have, I guess it probably should have come to us, but it went to Legi Admin. That's why none of us have any idea that even happened. So somebody thought that it needed to be removed out of the Secretary of State's office, but they didn't put it anywhere. It's just floating. If that bill makes it through the Senate, it's a board that exists that reports, I guess, in theory, to no one.
The
So
governor.
The governor, I guess, is, but as an executive function. But this piece of legislation says, now, okay, now we're going to put it over in OPLC. I don't know why that didn't go through the other bill, but clearly the Senate and the House were not communicating with each other in reference to this. All of a sudden, massive interest in the Boxing and Wrestling Commission. So I don't think it's appropriate to go under OPLC at all. I think if you look at what some of the other states do, especially in Nevada, that falls under their lottery gaming commission or whatever.
But it's a big deal in Nevada, a big deal.
Sure.
Actually, the boxing
they have
and
all
wrestling-
kinds of events like that. We have very relatively
But-
few, right?
but it does need to
Actually,
go
we have
somewhere.
more
I
than
didn't
you
say
would
it
think.
didn't need to go someplace, but if it's with the Secretary of State and it's not really causing a problem, why don't we just leave it right there?
Well, because we've lost control of that. That animal is already in the Senate.
Oh.
That's already passed the House on consent.
Yeah. The thing of it is, the Boxing and Wrestling Commission doesn't have much interaction with other parts of the state government. They run their own operations. They license the umpires and things like that, and basically to a live person that can give them a $20 bill. And they provide a noticeable a surplus which goes into the general fund. They're not really something that would be appropriate in the OPLC. Lottery would be okay if we wanted to put them there, or back to the Secretary of State is fine as far as I'm concerned. Like you say, I have not heard of any problems. Representative Lekis.
Yeah, I don't think it belongs under OPLC. I mean, we could just, if it's not going to cause a serious problem, to just let it float somewhere under the governor. If they pretty much run on their own, I don't know that there's a problem with that. I'd be okay with that. Or if somebody get an amendment to put it under lottery, whatever, but it's not OPLC.
My only concern is the look on the lottery commissioner's face when this goes through and they go, what did we just inherit? Because as of right now, they have no idea we're even talking about this.
Right.
Is there some serious problem caused by not putting it in OPLC, let it float and deal with something next year after talking to the
Not
lottery
that I
commission?
can tell. Representative Schuett, then Goli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy if the committee chooses to remove that, to have this amendment redrafted, removing that, and then that would allow you time to schedule a non-germane amendment hearing if necessary next time we meet.
Okay, Representative Goli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the more I look at this, the more I see why it shouldn't be going where it's going. I mean, when you look at the commission through the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification shall collect 5% of gross receipts. That is totally out of line of what the OPLC does. They shouldn't be collecting money for organizations to be transferred into their fund. That's one big reason why I will not support this.
We could always attach it to DRA since. Anyway, yeah. Representative Schuett, if you're going to redraft it, you might want to put a separate effective date for this oversight committee. If you're going to redraft your amendment to do that, you should have an effective date for the oversight committee being after the election. It may be, just check very carefully. Okay, so the question before us is, shall we tell Representative Schuett to have the Boxing and Wrestling Commission removed from Senate Bill 330? All right. Let's go by a show of hands. Yes?
Madam Chair, if
Yes, okay. Anyone opposed? Representative Judy. It's not unanimous, but
if you would look on the back page,
Representative O'Brien, are you in favor of moving the Boxing and Wrestling Commission to OPLC?
Yes, you are.
You mean?
Okay. Okay. That's 17-2, so I think we'll have you work on the amendment that way, and I will
the
confirm.
effective date is on the very back. Flip it over.
Ah,
One page is stapled the wrong way around.
Thank you. That's
Yep,
really.
And there's a
helpful.
sunset date, also for
Okay.
the,
I will confirm whether
oversight.
or not it's a non-germane amendment, and we will consider that amendment and vote on the bill sometime else. All right. Anybody else have anything that needs discussion from the whole committee? Representative,
I just suggest that a number of us, including myself, get more sleep, given the evidence.
well, we can try that. Before we go, Representative Rhodes has a motion on,
Oh, who's gonna write the blurb?
on Senate Bill 277.
Oh.
Which, to refresh your memory, is to extend the temporary and emergency licenses for 2 years at a cost of, I think, $700,000. What's that? Oh, it's in subcommittee. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Sorry about that.
That's good. That's good.
All right, I think each committee has one bill, and we will thank you for getting through the early bills. And we will vote on the others as we get the chance. Good night.